What?
Your move, bitch.
No, you said we were doing it.
It's a Wednesday morning. You're hanging out on the Breaker Brunch, just classic rock 96.5. WCMF, how's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female
Doing
buddy?
good, buddy.
What are you sick of our games now?
No,
you
no,
sick
I
of our
didn't know what was
reindeer
She's been
games?
sick of us for years.
I don't even hear it anymore.
It's 13 degrees right now, although it is a heat wave. Feels like 6.
Wow.
I mean, it's a full 16 degrees warmer as far as feel as opposed to this time yesterday. High at 20. By the way, there still is a lake effect snow warning issued. It's until 1 o'clock today. There was a little bit of snow this morning coming in. So
yeah, a little blowing around.
Nothing crazy. Just, as usual, just be careful out there and bundle up. Let's start today's show with a mistake.
Oh, okay.
Us showing up for work. No. There was a situation yesterday night that bled into this morning on East Ave at the 490 overpass.
What happened?
So that would be over near the Record Archive.
Yeah.
According to News 8, officers were called to the scene around 9:30 for reports of a truck that had struck the overpass.
Oh.
So it was a dump truck truck. They hit the overpass, causing the truck to lift off its rear wheels and become wedged underneath 490.
Oh, my God. So they stuck.
Yes, you got it. So
I didn't realize that was a place where that was possible. Like, we've talked a lot about trucks getting stuck under bridges, but I thought that one was, like, too high for that to happen.
Apparently not. Now, it doesn't.
I'm thinking of a different spot.
Let me realize. So it says the driver had struck the overpass with a dump box of the truck, and it doesn't seem like it was up.
Yeah.
At least I don't see that here.
Okay.
The picture kind of blurry. So here's where the story gets unique.
What happened?
The driver of the truck has been arrested.
Oh.
And if you follow these stories at all, normally it's just an accident.
Right.
They file a report, you go
never
home.
talk about somebody getting taken out in cuffs.
The reason this man was arrested, police say the 26-year-old was charged with aggravated unlicensed operator in the third degree. He didn't have a license to drive that truck.
Oh.
Was he
Okay.
supposed to be driving the truck?
I'm going to guess if he didn't have a what's supposed to be?
Well, I mean, like, was he hired to drive the truck and nobody
like he's
checked?
doing his job.
Yeah. Like, was it his job or did he just take the truck?
I don't know what the answer to that is. It's not like he was charged with. So he was charged with unlicensed operator in the third degree and unlicensed operator operating out of class.
So he didn't have his truck driving license.
I mean, I guess, or
Trucker
whatever license it would take to drive this
It's
truck.
called an eastbound and down.
Kimmy doesn't get that.
We sing it all the time.
Long way to go. Short time to get there. He's not being charged.
Did that so you could sing the song.
Yeah, we kind of did. Yeah, it was fun. He's not being charged with stealing it, or like, what do they call that, where you borrow a car but you're not supposed to borrow the car? You
borrowing?
know what I'm saying? So, yeah, no. I mean,
So he just didn't have the right license.
I guess
Okay.
so, but I
and
can't
he
imagine.
doesn't have a
question.
license for it, maybe.
At least for this truck.
Yeah.
If you, let's say you drive for a living and you, in your own personal free time, get like a DUI or something, or you get your license taken away for whatever reason, if you don't report that to your employer, I guess how would they know?
252-WCMF, 252-9263.
Or is there a way that they automatically find out?
I'm assuming they pull your license.
Well, I mean,
Your
so-
CDL license.
But if you're already an employee, like where they're not checking into you, would they automatically
if you
be
don't tell 'em.
informed? Yeah.
I'm going to assume the state, if you drive for a
Alerts
living,
them.
is
Yeah.
going to alert them. But, I mean,
Yeah.
to her point, I mean, that would take so much work in a bureaucratic system that can be hard to keep track of stuff. I mean, maybe there's an additional charge if you don't report it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I would think they would have to find a way to
I'm curious,
report
though,
it.
because you got to figure like that's happened before, where somebody that drives for a living gets in trouble, and
I've never
I don't
known
know how-
truckers to really drink.
Well, here's the thing. I know you're making a joke. Long way to go. Short time to get there. But, I mean, the guys I know that do that stuff for a
Well,
living,
now, yeah,
they
but back
take-
in the day.
they take it very seriously.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Like, I mean, I know guys that drive for a living that if they have to drive the next morning, won't go out and have a beer the
Yeah,
night
they're
before.
like pilots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, what do
But
you?
in the old days, I think it was a little bit looser.
I love how you say, I think, what truck drivers you know dress in the way you did?
I knew truckers. so-
Unless you were hanging out at truck stops around like 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I used to stop in once in a while, see what the boys were doing.
Hey, boys. Lizard Tommy here.
Lizard Tom.
Short way to go. Round my backside. Looking to get some cigarettes and a light. I guess what I'm trying to figure out. So, like, you always want to give people the benefit of the doubt.
Sure.
Maybe this guy was unaware he didn't have the license for this type of truck.
All right.
Maybe something happened where the license lapsed, right? Because it would be ridiculous if a grown man, aware he was not legally allowed to drive this truck, drove it to a place where he wedged the truck underneath the bridge.
Especially in this kind of weather.
Right?
Yeah.
There would have to be another explanation. I'm also dying to know why a box dump truck would be on the road at 9:30 at night. What's it hauling? What are you carrying there, champ?
What you got there, son?
That's not like a salt truck, is it?
I don't know.
I
don't know what a box salt.
Box no, I just said salt after. Now you're getting confused.
Yeah.
with it,
I don't know what a box dump truck.
Oh, it's a dump truck with a box on the back.
Well, the dump truck just has like a dumper thing. Where's the box?
Okay, no, it's a box on the back that you move up and down.
Oh.
It's the dump truck.
Yeah.
Oh, but just call it a dump truck.
Well, it says in the story, box dump truck, because if I don't say it, we're going to have trucker. We get a lot of truckers listening to the show. But that's not the story. It's the one.
What's that? You're getting mad at me. I just asked a question.
No, I mean, it's what a dump truck looks like, but now you got me mad.
But why don't they just call it a dump truck?
Oh, you ever watch Hoarders?
No.
God.
No, because I have Netflix, man. I'm not 70 years old and in a nursing home.
First of all, Hoarders, great show. Great show. Really makes you feel better about your own home.
All right.
Unless your home starts to
Clutter
look.
makes me nervous.
You're
Okay.
such a bitch.
So I did say, I Googled dump truck versus box truck. Box trucks are used for transporting goods and materials in an enclosed space, while dump trucks are used for transporting loose materials.
Okay, but it says box dump truck.
Oh, box dump truck.
Okay, hold on.
It's a combo plate.
Hold on.
It can cover or uncover. It's got like a dome on it.
Hold on.
It's like
by.
Sky Dome.
Sky Dome. Kimmy doesn't know what that is. It's called Rogers Center now. I don't even think it's called that anymore.
Yeah, probably not.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this 26-year-old man. He was arrested after police say he hit the East Ave 490 overpass around 9:30 last night. A dump box of the truck
Got stuck?
got stuck underneath the bridge. It caused the truck to lift off its rear wheels and become wedged. He was arrested because, according to police, he was didn't have a license to
Not a
operate.
commercial trucker license.
Oh, okay, again, I don't know. He may have had a trucking license, just not a license for this specific truck.
Oh, I thought a CDL license just covered all sorts of trucking.
You think
open road, short haul, long haul,
long way to go,
open road.
bro? I don't know what the thing is, but you just keep saying I think, and every time
Moving on.
Shut up. Every time you say I think, you're wrong, and you have no experience in this world.
But they're not saying the dumper was up.
No,
Right.
it looks like the dumper was down.
Down dumper. It was in down dumper mode.
Downward dumper, which is one of my favorite yoga poses. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Maybe there are some folks that can help us here.
All right. Some actual truckers.
Maybe, I don't know. Let's talk to Steve. Steve, you a trucker?
I used to be. I made CDL for a while.
Okay, all right. So help us out here. What are we getting wrong?
So he most likely knew he didn't have a license for that truck because you kind of know. And then also,
but Steve, hold on. I just heard in the break room, once you get a CDL from a very smart man, you can drive any truck
Yeah.
you want in the whole world. You can fly a plane if you want to.
No kidding.
Well, yeah, if you want to, why not?
Okay, but you were saying.
So I had a DWAI about 10 years ago, and they take your license in 2 weeks, so you got to tell your company. If not, it's all on you. But they do a yearly background check, or more or less, or DMV check.
Okay.
So then they'll find out at that point.
All right, let me ask you, Steve. So you got a DWAI, driving while ability impaired. How long do you have your CDL taken away when you get something like that?
I lost that for a year from the conviction date, so I actually lost it like 18 months.
All right, so did you ever get back into trucking, or was that what ended it for you?
No, I got back in the truck after that.
All right.
Yep.
You being a little more responsible now, Steve?
Slightly.
All right, attaboy. Steve, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Okay.
All right.
So-
But we
So
still
I got
don't.
conflicting reports then, because he said you have to self-report it, and somebody else called in and said it's immediately, within 48 hours, reported to your employer.
But how would the state know where you work?
That's a good question.
You know what I mean?
I guess you had to.
Well, is it on?
They ask you because you show them your license. They go.
ask
Wait,
you.
Yeah. Where you work?
No, nowhere.
International Trucker Company.
Well,
Box Trucker.
long way to go, LLC. Short time to get there, INC. So it does seem then, based on the tiny bit of information we got from Steve when he was trying to make a joke, that different trucks need different licenses.
Okay.
That you don't have one CDL license that covers all trucks, which, by the way, makes perfect sense. They're different ways. You operate these things in different ways.
Yeah, but I figured, how big trucks only get so big.
What is? Do you mean like ones that get wedged underneath
Yeah,
overpasses?
like your 18-wheeler. That's your biggest truck.
Shut up.
That's the mother trucker.
No, is there anything bigger than an 18-wheeler?
No.
There's not a 24-wheeler? You sure?
I heard of one.
I don't know. You sure you ever seen one? Truckosaurus? Well, how big's that one?
Truckosaurus was huge.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Eric, big Truckosaurus fan. Hey, Eric, how are you, buddy?
Not too bad. How you guys doing?
Good, man. What do you got?
Okay, driving a dump truck is a Class B CDL. Tractor trailers are Class A.
All right.
So, and if he lost his license, now there's a rule. If you get a DWI, you lose that CDL for life. You don't ever get it.
No kidding.
Wait, so he's out?
Oh, that makes sense. Why?
Yeah.
Well, no, hold on. He said if you got a DWI. We don't know if the guy had a DWI. We're just figuring out why someone would be driving without a license right now. There's nothing that says that. All right, so, I mean, that makes sense then, Eric, why all the guys I know, as opposed to the guys Tommy know, don't even come near alcohol when they got to drive the next day.
Yeah, that's right. Because the DWI law for CDL license is .04.
Oh, wait, it's even – holy crap.
.0?
Is that on the job or is that –
I know for experience.
All right, Eric, is that .04? Is that only on the job or is that when you're driving your regular car too?
Driving your regular car because now you have one license.
Holy crap.
So it's .04?
One half of what the legal limit is. So that's one drink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, no, it's a half a beer.
Okay. Well, I mean, you're a lightweight. But
How are
for
you supposed to
everybody
get into
else,
fights at night?
Eric, thanks for the call, buddy.
Yep.
All right,
Bye.
take care. Damn.
Bam. Half a beer a night.
Okay, a .04 is not half a beer.
That's what you just said.
No, I know what he said, bro. One beer does not get you to .08.
Yeah, I thought like .08 was like usually on average like 2 drinks.
Now, like, don't get me wrong. You want to go half a beer.
Yeah.
It's always better to err on the side of
Better safe
caution
than
here.
Sorry.
Fine, but like, wow.
So, no fun.
Well,
No fun in trucking.
But here's the thing, man. I mean, I'm kind of fine with that. You know, you got
Kind of takes the romance out of being like a long distance trucker.
drunk driving, you mean? The romance of
No.
drunk driving.
Drunk trucking.
No.
Don't do
Big
that.
difference.
I mean, bro, think about how uncomfortable you are passing an 18-wheeler on 90.
Yeah.
Because that's not fun. Like, when you got to get past them and, like, that wind's whipping a little
Yeah,
bit.
yeah,
and, like,
yeah.
those are professionals straight doing their job. You throw any alcohol. I mean, I get it.
But I
Well, let's not
remember
mix it
going to
up.
truck stops when we were on the road, and they used to sell. They weren't. I wouldn't say they were barbiturates, but they were close to it. So there were those little white pills
Yeah.
they'd sell to keep you going at night,
Sure.
and they used to just call them the little white pills. But those were kind of like uppers to keep you going all night,
Well, alcohol's a downer.
right? But they were selling you like over the counter. They used to call them pip pills to
I
keep
understand.
you going.
Well, I mean, look, we know all the kind of weird stuff they sell at gas stations. I don't know if that's stopped.
I'm hoping it did,
Bro, walk into
'Cause
a 7-Eleven. You can buy your penis. It's called Stinger. Take it.
Yeah.
It'll make your penis feel good. Why they would call a sex pill Stinger is beyond me.
Well,
Sounds like chlamydia.
Yeah.
But go on. I'm sorry.
No, but think of those guys out on the road that have been up for like 18 hours, not drinking,
Sure.
but have been just popping little white pills all day.
But I don't know if that's even possible anymore based on, like,
I'm hoping it's not.
I thought they mandated, like, rest stops where you
Yeah.
had to, like, chart where you were and check in with people
Yeah.
and things like that. But, again, I'm just going based on what the law is. I don't know if it's actually put into practice. Look, man, I will say this. What we got to witness in truck stops overnight across the South and the Midwest, I think every American should have the opportunity to witness once or twice.
It's a different world.
100%. Like, a world that you cannot imagine exists.
And I'm guessing it doesn't exist anymore. At least to the way it was years ago when it was pretty much wide open. No cameras, nothing going on.
I mean, but do people care?
That's a good point.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, as long as I'm not going to lose whatever license. Like, I'm just talking about the stuff that was going on inside those gas stations.
And on
right?
the lots.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, hell, I told you, they would sell those straw dolls
Oh, yes.
that they would just cut holes in.
Mhm. Yeah.
It doesn't even sound comfortable.
No.
You got to take a stinger. We have a dynamite, don't stick your dong in a straw doll.
At a truck stop doll. I fell in love with a truck stop doll.
Got to break it for you this morning here on CMF. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Oh, hate.
Yep, Hate Mail of the Week. And 2 weeks ago, we shared with you an article. It was the top 8 lake towns in the state of New York.
Yeah.
And we were astonished
Yeah, we got boned.
that our most beloved local lake town
Yeah.
did not make this list. And we were trying to figure out why Canandaigua would not show up on this creme de la creme list, considering how high-end it's become, the resorts, the rich folks, famous folks that come hang out here.
Yeah.
Well, some folks that heard that break reached out to us, a lot of them actually afterwards, but there's one letter that encompasses most of the things that we got. This person is from Canandaigua, And they say it doesn't matter whether or not Canandaigua made this list
Oh,
because the Canandaigua they knew is no longer there.
it's gone, man.
And they, in their position, can't even enjoy the Canandaigua of today.
Wow.
I don't know why you get like offended when people say stuff like this because it makes sense.
Oh, man, it's just whining.
What do you mean it's whining?
It's jealousy. It's wine and jealousy.
Well, I mean,
Can't enjoy it anymore.
but if you can't afford the things in your own town,
You can still afford the stuff you want to do.
Well, no.
You just don't get to do the high end.
Probably the stuff you used to like to do may not exist anymore.
That's a great point.
Oh, God.
we don't live there though. How would we
I
know?
Yeah, we've been down
Yeah,
there.
You
but
can
we,
only
but we didn't like spend our childhoods there.
But there's like one new joint. and
Bro,
it's
there's like
just-
10 new joints.
No, but it's like one high end, like, you ain't welcome here.
no, there's now
We
multiple.
don't want your top here.
We'll get into it.
We don't want your pill popping, self-indulgent ass in my house.
Get your straw doll out of my town. We'll get to that just after 8 o'clock, Hate Mail of the Week, plus a whole bunch more. But first, topic. If you're looking to do something economical, this sounds like it could be
Oh, what's that?
inexpensive. Well, I mean, it's a national animal show. And it's right in our
national
backyards. Yes.
animal show.
Yes, and it's going to have celebrity animals there, too. But it's one specific type of animal.
Okay.
And here's the thing.
What?
We are not these type of people on this show.
Mm.
We don't want to take away anyone's joy. It is strange that they need a venue this large for something like
Oh,
this.
so
Can
they
you-
draw a big crowd?
I mean, this is what it would indicate to me.
Okay.
We'll tell you the story. What's coming next here in the break room on CMF. big event coming to our area.
Really?
Like an event that is, it's shocking it's this big.
Really?
Because there are folks coming from all over the country,
Wow.
and it's a massive venue to hold it. And here's the
big
thing.
concert?
No.
You're going to rock out?
No. I mean, they may rock out doing this.
Oh.
We're not here to take away anyone's joy. It's just,
Speak for yourself. Brother.
okay, you're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 6:45, a scam so stupid that if the person who was standing there didn't realize something was off because you were a criminal,
Yeah.
they would think something was off because you yourself were being scammed.
Oh.
And, of course, these men have been arrested. We'll tell you the story just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Rochester is getting their second annual Genesee Cat Fanciers Cat Show. So it's March 1st through 2nd, 2 days of cats.
Pussycat Town.
2 days of cats, Tommy.
Damn.
And this is a big deal. They are having it at the Dome Arena in Henrietta.
All right.
That is a big-ass cat
They're
venue.
expecting a lot of people.
I mean, Kimmy, it's a huge place.
Yeah.
So what do you see when you go to the cat convention?
Okay, well, story on News 8 talks about how it attracts cats and cat owners from
And
across,
enthusiasts.
from across the country. At its base, it is a cat competition.
Oh.
Some pussy is walking out of there as the top cat in America.
Damn.
So it's like a dog show, but a cat show.
I guess,
kind of thing?
but-
like, do they parade them around?
I don't know. Can you parade cats?
I don't
I
think
don't
so.
know.
Because I've heard herding cats is tough. So like I don't, but it seems like it's an all-encompassing cat weekend.
So
Like,
there's like
Oh, yeah.
it's a talent show,
well,
basically.
I don't know if it's a talent
Yeah,
show.
it's just everything cats, probably. Everything's cat themed.
Would you
All right.
call the Westminster Dog Show a dog talent show?
Well, yeah, but you show off its skills and talent.
And the bathing suit competition?
That
Where
gets a little creepy.
the basset hound, his balls are slightly out of his bathing suit. No, so it sounds like whatever it is. Like there'll be
Yeah.
competitions. There's going to
Yeah.
be like vendors.
Keep you entertained.
Yeah, just a whole bunch of cat stuff all weekend. There are also going to be appearances by some famous cats.
Oh, really?
Like
Felix?
cats that are in movies?
No, so they are described as internet famous cats,
Right.
known as the Pet Me Cats, that will be appearing at the Cat Fanciers Cat
So you can
Show.
meet that cat.
Those cats. What are the Pet Me
Cats.
Cats?
It must be something that comes up on some cat enthusiasts.
What about the one that plays the
Algorithm.
piano I see all
I
the
think
time?
that cat's dead.
You know, the only famous cat I'm thinking of, and cat might not be here anymore either, is that grumpy cat. That cat?
Yeah, that grumpy cat. He looked like that because he had some
What about
terrible
Smelly
disease.
Cat?
Okay, Kimmy doesn't get that.
I get that. I get smelly.
You
cat.
were like 4 when that show was on.
There's
was it?
reruns. And that was a hell of a cat. It had its own
It went
tune.
to like the 2000s.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Yeah.
Getting back to the cat show and away from Lisa Cooper.
Yeah.
I know that we in the break room are not a cat show,
No.
so this is weird to us. And I don't want to.
Well, we don't love anything, so all this kind
Okay.
of stuff is weird to us.
Fair enough.
I mean, I just can't imagine that crowd. It's got to be 70-year-old women all driving hybrid cars. That's all it is. There's no. You think there's a
No,
dude
because,
there?
because if you're talking
Yeah.
viral cats, that's going to draw a younger crowd than
Did you
think.
hear what you just said, you old woman?
Well, no,
Guys,
viral cats.
Guys,
man.
we're talking viral
Viral
cats
cats.
here.
Like TikTok
They draw
cats.
big.
TikTok cats
I
are
just
going to
see
be younger
short,
people.
squatty old women in comfortable shoes.
Bro, I didn't want to have to do this. You dress your dog up in a bow tie and enter him into
One
a
time.
competition. No,
one
I'm just
time.
saying.
And you said I look like a 70-year-old woman. Anyway.
You can't dress your dog up for a Halloween contest and criticize
But
people
dogs
for
are
going to a
cute.
cat show. Okay, like I said, we're a dog show.
I know.
I don't want to take away
All
anyone's
right.
joy.
All
I
right.
get it, right? What doesn't make sense to me.
What's that?
Okay, because I get if you owned a cat that was expensive or you thought was unique,
Yeah.
you would take it down to this competition. I also understand that there are people who dedicate their lives to cats and
Yeah.
they travel with their cat and whatever, and you're going to come to this competition. What I can't wrap my head around,
What's that?
and the phone number is 252-WCMF, if you don't have a cat in the competition, you're going to spend your Saturday or Sunday walking around looking at other people's cats.
Yes.
Because
you're just a spectator.
a cat observer.
Yeah. You ain't got a paw in the game.
Because the fact that they're having it at such a large venue indicates to me they're expecting non-participating cat
Yeah.
people coming in and checking out the cats. All right, because you guys are dog lovers.
Yes.
Would you go walk around the Dome Arena to look at other dogs?
No.
Kimmy?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think I would.
That's what I can't figure out.
So you think there's certain people there in the crowd, just as spectators, that
Yeah.
don't even own a cat,
No, I think they're cat owners. They
Yeah,
just
Okay.
see
or
other
at least
cats.
word.
but they
yeah.
just want to go watch other cats
Well, they're inspired by cat breeds and stuff,
All
right?
right.
Like,
Check out the cat scene.
All right.
Yeah.
You're an enthusiast.
Well, like, let me put it this way.
but
I
you
know
don't have a competitor.
folks like this take their pets very seriously.
Oh, sure.
And I know from experience, because I have my Basset Hound Biscuit, and like 8 years ago, they had a Basset Hound Festival at the Dome Arena.
All right.
And my wife was out of town doing a work thing, and my kids were little, so I thought it would be a fun family daddy-daughter thing.
Yeah.
go see all the Basset Hounds.
So we loaded up Biscuit because it was
Yeah.
like bring your Basset Hound.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And we took him down for some quality Basset
He's
time.
gonna love this.
How'd it go?
It was the biggest mistake of my life.
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't get
imagine.
along with other dogs, right?
Well, so that's just it. Fun fact: no Basset Hound, it seems, gets along with any other Basset
Oh,
Hound.
so they hate each other.
They were all fighting with each other.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Second, bro, the people at this place were weird.
Well, it's a subculture.
Tommy, they were serious Basset Hound people
Yeah.
from all over America. And the entire
Which always amazes me.
What do you mean?
Like you traveled that far.
Yeah, they had like RVs and stuff.
Yeah.
Like they had like setups.
They're roadies.
Yes, no, you're right.
Yeah.
Like they had like full setups with like tables and tents and stuff. Like this is what they did on their weekends. They
This is
traveled
their life.
from Basset
Yeah.
Hound Show to Basset Hound Show. But there was this strange tension in the air the entire time I was there.
Because
Like
of the competition.
I don't know if it was the competition. I don't know if it's because everyone knew their dogs didn't like each other.
Could
I don't
be.
know if there was some kind of Basset jealousy. And then
It sounds like an Italian Thanksgiving.
A lot of judgment.
Yes.
Yes, there was.
The tension.
the other strange thing is there was like a little shopping area.
Oh, well, you could score like pet
Basset
supplies.
Hound.
Well, no,
Themed
Basset Hound
stuff.
themed stuff.
Oh.
So like they had art they were selling, Basset Hound
Yeah.
theme art, and a lot of it was weird as hell. Like there was one I will never forget. It's a soldier with his helmet off, kneeling at a cross
Right, like a memorial. All
with
right.
with a Basset Hound behind him.
Oh, because the Basset Hound was also in combat.
I didn't understand what was happening.
Okay.
There was another one. It was Jesus, right? And it was like the standard, like clouds in the
Yeah.
background, saint thing around his
Basset
head.
Hound Jesus.
He's got his arms out, and underneath his arms are two Basset Hounds.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
all
'Cause-
right.
Oh, like a blessing.
Or like somebody that lost their pet, you'd buy that
But-
for.
Well, your pet's in heaven, or my dog's been blessed.
I guess, but like Kimmy, the dogs, the Basset Hounds, they
Very
all look
specific.
different, right?
Yeah.
So like, unless you
yeah.
painted that specifically from my Basset Hound in heaven,
So doesn't the Catholic Church do the blessing of the pets? You can bring your like once a year. You can bring your pets to the church.
most Christian churches will do the blessing of the pets.
So I told you, my sister, who was a born again Christian, when she got baptized, they also her dog Becky also got
Threw
baptized.
the dog in there too.
Well, yeah, she goes. You could bring something else,
Okay.
like your children, and if you don't care if your children get
Okay.
into heaven, screw them and take your dog.
Can I ask a quick sidebar
Yeah.
question? Because you know,
And they dunk the dog in the ocean.
I went to Catholic school,
Yeah.
right? So I got a little theology
Yeah.
background here. When you get baptized, you're like accepting Christ into your life,
Yes.
right? The dog can't do that.
Well, we don't really know.
No, like I get the blessing of the pet,
Yeah, but
the baptizing,
Becky accepted Christ as her personal savior.
but like human Christ, is there a dog? Is there a dog Jesus?
I hope not.
And like here's the other thing,
'Cause I feel bad for that dog.
I saw in a documentary that all dogs go to heaven, so that's not even necessary.
Yeah, like it was grandfathered in.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
going.
252 WCMF. We're talking about the Genesee Cat Fanciers annual cat show. It's the second one, I believe. It's March 1st and 2nd. 2 days of cats. Going to be at the Dome Arena in Henrietta, which is a big venue. There's going to be like a cat competition, all kinds of other cat things going on.
I was just thinking because you were talking about your experience with dog people and how they don't really interact much.
Basset Hound.
Basset Hound.
Okay, I don't know if
specifically.
that's a specific
I don't know.
weird subgenre of dog owners.
But I guess I just assumed at the cat fancy convention that most cat people get along because they all like the same thing. But maybe now that I'm thinking about it,
Because they're all lonely.
well, but maybe now that I'm thinking about it,
They're
it's
lonely.
more competitive than we think,
Oh.
or maybe it's not like all cat people are besties like I want to picture in my mind.
well,
I
look-
had it more very communal. Like
So
they
did I,
all-
but maybe it's not like that.
well, that's what I thought the Basset show was going to be like,
Yeah.
and it was the opposite of that. Bless you.
Because, I mean, pet owners in general, like everybody has
Yeah.
a different level or different idea of what that looks like. So maybe it's the same with cats.
No, but
very
I mean,
competitive.
to your point, I think this could be one of those events where even if you are into cats, and we know that cats have become very popular, there are restaurants and coffee shops
yeah,
in this area that have become wildly popular that you can go and drink coffee with cats, and they pay to just sit with cats all the time. You could walk in this event and realize you are not the cat person you thought you were
Yeah.
before you walked in.
Oh.
Right? Where it's like one of those things where I
You see
like
the
this.
extreme.
Yes, but I hate the people that
Okay.
really get into this. Could this be a place to meet women?
I don't know why you would.
Well, no. I mean, Kimmy, you have single friends that are cat owners, right?
Yeah, I don't know any that are that it's this much a part of their lives.
Like, yeah. If you're at that level of cat owner, like you're going to things like this,
Mhm.
I don't think it's a great place to meet women, unless you want to rip them off.
Okay.
Then I think it's a field day.
Go run a pyramid scheme with a
Oh,
cat contest?
Easy.
Okay.
All you got to do is set up a folding table, and they'll stuff your money. They'll take their money, stuff it in your pockets.
All right. All right. Here's a question.
All right.
Yeah.
You got 3 competitions.
Right.
You have to go to meet women at one of them.
All right.
Basset Hound show, cat show, horse contest. Where are you going to meet a single woman?
Well, I know which one you should say.
Yeah. Horse.
Okay, horse women are the craziest of women.
No, why?
Like, it's not even a
It's
They're
question.
all rich.
Horse women
But they're
are
rich.
insane. And I love all of you, but you know you horse
Hold on.
ladies.
Well, it's
Hang
pretty
on, hang on.
unique
Yep.
too. I mean, there
Pat
aren't.
says you are insane.
No, not your wife. She's one of the good ones.
No, I would definitely go horse because that's money.
I think like cat, dog, you have a little bit of an idea, or you could be close to one of those two things. But if you didn't grow up around horses, you have no idea what that community
Mm-hmm.
is until you jump in.
I kind of talked to one horse girl when I was in high school, and I was introduced to the world of horse girls.
Mhm.
And I will never go near a horse
it's-
girl
it's
again.
intense.
Why? What happened?
Oh my god! Oh my
It's a
god!
commitment.
She also always smelled like a horse.
She buck you?
Yeah, I got
All
both.
right,
Yeah.
that can hurt.
Look, man, she looked great in them jeans, but
Oh wait, did she wear riding pants?
no. I mean, she's
It's got
All
weird.
right.
no. I'm just saying, like Kimmy, it was the early 2000s. You remember what the jeans were like for those girls back then?
Oh, the low ride.
Oh, ho, ho. I don't know how you weren't seeing ass crack when you were riding that horse. She ran calling ass crack.
Kimmy does not get that.
She
reference.
should not.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a break.
All right.
It's a scam that is so stupid that if the person who you were ripping off did not realize they were being ripped off, they still would have called the cops out of concern that you yourself
Oh.
may be unknowingly getting ripped off.
Oh.
And we'll tell you what went down according to police next year in the break room on CMF. we're not criminal masterminds.
No.
And getting away with something illegal is way harder than we all like to think.
Yeah.
Still, every once in a while, it is kind of nice to see a story where you know you are smarter than the person allegedly breaking the law. Because if these allegations here are true,
Yeah.
either this person behind the counter would be well aware that you're running a scam on them, or they would call the police thinking you yourself had unknowingly become the victim of a scam.
So you the victim.
You got it.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 7 o'clock this morning. You know, the kids are on vacation.
Yeah.
So we're going to do this break early because the kids aren't up yet. And if you are a parent of a teenager, one of the things you stress about the most is what they're doing with their phone and what kind of pictures they may be sending or receiving with other people.
Yeah.
And you want to do all you can to protect your kids. So we have an article here which kind of helps that out.
What are they saying?
Well, we'll get into that.
All right.
But as we were going over this article yesterday, Kimmy, something popped into your head.
Yeah.
A story from your past. A girl who...
The first time I ever saw this,
Oh.
or realized it was a possibility, I
And-
guess.
Press?
Well, you're not wrong.
I know you're making a joke,
But here's the
No,
thing.
no, I was just saying.
Here's the thing, Kimmy. We were a generation that were on the cusp of this technology.
Yes.
And it is weird to think now.
Yeah, you were the pioneers.
Yes, it's been over 20 years since you were capable of doing
Yeah.
something
Oh.
like this.
All right.
yeah.
And how are the people that made this mistake 20 years ago handling
Yeah,
life
how do they
with
feel
it?
about it?
We'll get
I
into
guess
it.
if they
Yeah.
even know,
They would know.
I would think. But at the time, maybe not.
Oh, you know. Everybody knows. We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Tommy,
Yeah, buddy.
this story comes to us from Waterloo, and it
Oh.
starts at a gas station. Authorities say two men, 24 and 28 years old, entered the Speedway out that way, and they made a few purchases. They bought $11,500 in gift cards from the gas station.
Oh, wow, they're really loading up.
Let me say that again.
Yes. I didn't think they had that much on hand.
Two men in their 20s bought over $11,000 in gift cards from a gas station. And I want to be clear, I'm assuming they went to that rack of gift cards.
you
can
would
buy.
have to, right?
Yeah, you know what, with all the
And just
different
take the rack?
Yeah.
Okay. Quick sidebar. Could you imagine you going in to get like a pack of smokes or just like
you
a Diet
behind these
Coke?
guys?
You're stuck behind someone
Yeah.
buying $11,000 worth of gift cards.
Yeah, because they got to activate each individual
Right.
card.
You got it. Like
Scan it all.
you thought the guy doing quick pick was a pain
Yeah.
in the ass?
No kidding.
All right, so authorities say these men made the purchase and they left the store. But
So they pulled this off.
They got kind of. They made the purchase
Yeah.
and they left the store. But obviously something was off.
Yeah.
Like when the pair allegedly paid for $11,500 in gift cards from a gas
And?
station.
Yeah.
Someone from the store, it seems, called the police, and they gave authorities description of these suspects and their vehicle.
Yeah.
And a few hours later, authorities located them on 5 and 20, arrested them. Turns out, according to police, the pair were using a fake debit card.
That's what I was just
Okay.
going to ask. How are they paying for it?
That's it, fake
Yeah.
debit card. And in using the fake debit card to buy $11,500 worth of gift cards from a gas station, they committed felony grand larceny. Not only that, one of the men in the car also had active warrants for his arrest in the
What?
states of Ohio, Missouri, and Pennsylvania.
Come on.
Okay. What a stretch.
So, yeah, it's a lot of bad things happening for these guys here. But I think the big question with this story,
What up?
and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. How could you be so stupid? You didn't think buying $11,500 worth of gift cards from a gas station in Waterloo, that wasn't going to raise any red flags,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
Could have spaced it out a little bit.
Like, the only
Even $1,000 in gift cards
Thank
would
you.
be
Yeah.
suspicious.
from a gas station.
Yeah, in the middle of nowhere.
From a gas station. Like, the only dumber thing you could have yelled was, "This is a fake debit card,"
Yeah.
while you were buying $11,000 worth of gift cards. And it's hard to believe, to your point earlier, Tommy, they even let this happen at the store in the first
Yeah, you think
place.
there'd be a limit on how much you can purchase
Yes.
at a gas station.
Yes. Yes.
I would like that entire rack, please.
Thank you. Right? Like,
I got a lot of gifts this year.
think about the most money you've ever had to spend at one time in a place you shouldn't have been spending it. What I mean by that is, Tommy, there are certain like once-in-a-lifetime bills where you'll need to go get like a money order for
Oh, yeah.
thousands of
Sure.
dollars, right?
Yeah.
And like walking up to the service counter at Wegmans, it feels like an interrogation when you hand them, $3,000, $5,000, $7,000.
Yeah, it's very off-putting.
But you're doing nothing wrong.
Yeah.
But you still feel that guilt. How would you have the confidence with a fake debit card to walk into a Waterloo gas station and buy $11,500 worth of gift cards. Doesn't make any sense to me.
No.
I almost admire the balls on
boldness.
these guys,
Yeah.
right? Because here's the thing. If they didn't get a description of the car, they probably would have gotten away with it.
Yeah, I guess so, right? Because how would you go? Because they have no real ID on you.
And you got the gift cards. You got the hell out of there.
Right.
Right?
And there's no description on those cards.
No. But what makes the story even more interesting,
What is that?
no matter how this story went down, someone was getting a phone call.
Mm-hmm.
Because if the person behind the counter of the gas station didn't suspect there was a crime being committed upon them,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
they may have suspected that these two men were the victims of a crime.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I was thinking initially too. Like, did somebody, is this one of those situations where they think somebody's family member is being held hostage and they have to pay them in gift cards or, something along
Yeah.
those lines? Because
That's the scam.
really
Yeah.
the only time you see somebody making an outstanding purchase when it comes to gift cards.
Okay, so the tax
Yeah.
IRS reaches out
Yeah.
to you. You are
Yeah.
$10,000 over in your taxes, and we need Best Buy gift cards to make you.
Which is why I would think that it would, to your point, be an automatic red flag for somebody to report, because whether they're stealing or they're a victim of the scam, you should say something.
I mean, stores have started taking this way
Yeah.
more seriously. In fact, if you walk into places like Target or Best Buy,
Yeah.
they now have signs at the checkout that say if you're buying more than X amount in gift cards, you are the victim of a scam, or maybe the victim of a scam, and you need to talk to a manager.
Oh.
So like they put some.
So they stop you right there.
the signs are there alerting you.
Hey, sucker.
Yes,
Come over
exactly.
here.
Yes.
It's a sucker alert.
But these suspects,
Yeah.
if the allegations are true, committed a crime that was somehow suspicious on two levels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It worked on both ends. You're
Why?
right.
Like, why wouldn't you spread it out? Why would you not?
I wonder, there had to be some, because, like, when you go in there, that transaction had to take a while.
Yeah.
There would have to have been some conversation between you and the cashier,
Yeah.
right? I would love to know what that conversation was. Because, like, you're doing this and doing this and doing this, and nothing came up.
Do you also plan on using those gift cards, or do you sell the gift
Okay, I want to put a pin in
Because there
that.
are
'cause-
some
Like, what are you
gift cards
boys
that may
buying?
not be very useful.
Let's put a pin in that because I do
Okay.
want to talk about that. But back to what you brought up here. Again, 252 WCMF. We're talking about these two men, 24, and they were both in their 20s. They were arrested after police say they went out to a gas station, a Speedway in Waterloo, and purchased $11,500 in gift cards with a fake debit card. The person behind the counter got a description of their car. Police pulled them over on 5 and 20, arrested them. One of the men had warrants out in 3 other states. They are in serious trouble, felony grand larceny. Like, you're right, because the person behind the counter is going to be like, wow, a lot of gift cards.
Yeah, it's going to take a while to do this, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, what else do you say?
Man. So who's got your kid?
What?
Yeah, who abducted your relative?
No, because like you're right. How could you? Like, what if someone's going to ask, what are all the gift cards
Right.
for?
That's a lot of gift cards.
What's the-
Boys got a lot of friends, huh?
All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a little improv.
Right.
I'm going to be the Speedway worker, and you be the guy buying $11,500 worth of gift cards from the Speedway. You ready?
Yeah.
What are all the gift cards for?
Oh, I'm a very generous person, sir.
Oh.
Yeah.
And like the age doesn't line up either, because like here's the thing: if this was like a 60-year-old grandma,
Yeah, that would make sense.
but if
She's
she
getting
was
scammed.
if she wasn't being scammed, I could see like, oh, I'm buying these to take them down to like the shelter
Yeah.
for families,
Okay. All right.
so they
Yeah.
can go like, okay, I guess all right,
Charity.
fine, maybe.
Yeah, I guess I could have said that they were like a religious organization.
There you
We're
go.
going to go down to Haiti and spread them out.
Why would you take gift cards to Haiti?
They got businesses.
How-
They take gift cards.
You think that there's gift
travel
cards
with that?
They
that's-
got businesses.
No, I just think to walk through this with
All
me.
right. We're going down to Haiti. I'm taking these all down to Haiti.
No.
And
Listen to me.
I'm going to hand it out
Listen
to
to
Haitian
me
people that
right now.
don't have any money.
You think that the Speedway
Hmm.
in Waterloo
Yeah.
has gift cards for businesses that would also exist in Haiti?
Yeah, because they're not Speedway gift cards. I'm guessing they're just
I understand.
standard gift cards,
What?
like
What?
standard Speedway. Yeah, they probably got Speedway.
No,
in-
I'm not. It's not. I'm guessing it's not Speedway.
How do you gas up them mopeds?
They weren't. I'm guessing they weren't Speedway gift cards.
Yeah, they're like your standard American.
Okay, so
Express.
name me a single American business that if I lived in Haiti, I could use a gift card.
There are many major corporations that do business in Haiti.
Give me an example.
The fine people at the Coca-Cola Corporation.
You got a Coca-Cola gift card.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a
No,
Coca-Cola gift card?
but you got to buy Coke. How do you buy a Coke down in Haiti? Let's say you and I go to Haiti.
Why? How would you buy a Coca-Cola gift card, you idiot?
No, I'm saying I would use a gift card to buy Coca-Cola. They said they have businesses
What are you
down
not
there.
connecting?
No, what
I
are you
don't-
not? They have businesses, and you can buy things in Haiti. So
Yeah,
if they
but
had a
not all
gift card, I'm trying to help these poor people up because they have no Coca-Cola. They have Coke, but they can't afford it.
All right, let's go back to Kimmy's question.
I'm also going to go to Guatemala.
You somehow twisted my brain where maybe you're right.
No,
'cause I
no,
don't
it
even
doesn't
know what
make
you're
any
talking
sense.
about.
Like, if I buy a Best Buy gift card and bring it to Haiti, you know what it is? It's a piece of plastic.
Yeah, but they probably got bedding and stuff they need to down there.
Best Buy.
Oh, I thought you Bed Bath and Beyond.
Why would you bet at bedding? They
Yeah.
won't have Bed Bath & Beyond in Haiti.
They probably got one store.
We don't have
At
one.
the mall.
They closed all the Haitian mall.
Yeah,
Yeah?
yeah.
Next to the Cinnabon.
You don't think they got Cinnabon?
I don't
You don't
think-
think they got a regular mall?
Oh, wait, let me put it this way. We don't have a Cinnabon in Rochester. If Haiti has a Cinnabon, I'm going to be upset. Why do they get a Cinnabon but we don't get a Cinnabon?
They love their cinnamon.
Oh, my God. 252
It is the
WCMF.
island of spices.
Shut up. Yeah, that would be a slap in their face. Look what we've done with your beautiful spices. We put it in a Cinnabon. Now, here's your Best Buy gift card you can't use. You
What about
moron.
Coca-Cola?
Shut up. Kimmy, you asked a very valid question.
What was
That was
that?
the first thing that popped into my head.
What?
When it comes to the $11,500 and what we're assuming
Mm.
are different kind of gift cards. Because you'll see them, some will be Best Buy. Some will be like, movie gift cards.
Yeah.
Do they end up using those gift cards? Or do they try to flip them for cash when it's all said and done?
Oh,
That's what I'm wondering because some of those gift cards are very specific. Like some of it's for like Xbox games and things like that. So I can't imagine that you're using all of those. I mean,
unless they just stuck to a certain
or like
type.
certain restaurants or something. Are you just planning on using them, or are you going to sell? I would
Yeah.
imagine you're selling them.
I'm guessing they just grabbed all the general ones, MasterCard and Visa.
Oh, you're talking about the cash ones?
Yeah, but that would make the most sense because
Yeah,
that's
but
the easiest
I
to
would
use
think
because
that's
they're
kinda
universal.
limited. I mean, don't forget they stole $11,000.
And I thought you had to give personal information when you put like cash on those like little credit, on like the actual like credit cards.
Oh.
I thought when you bought, the reason they wanted like Best Buy and Target and stuff like that is they just give you the card without any personal
Oh,
information.
all right.
And like, do you go buy a bunch of stuff at Target and Best Buy?
Then you try to sell that.
But that's another step. I mean, you could also just try and sell the gift cards, but where do you sell the gift cards? And why would somebody pay straight cash for a gift card?
Unless it's a discount.
You
Yeah,
discount a gift
yeah.
card, but then it's
Yeah.
obviously
Then
a
it's
scam.
yeah, I'd be worried.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Brian. Hey, Brian, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
Good, man. What's up?
My son lives in North Carolina, and he had his credit card number stolen, and somebody bought over $1,600 worth of gift cards to Five Guys.
Oh, wow.
So specific.
Wait, they got Five Guys in Haiti?
Shut up. All right, but Brian, here's the thing. $1,500 to Five Guys, that's only like 7 burgers and fries.
Right. But when my son, found out, he went there. Yeah, we didn't think there was anything wrong.
All right, but then you
Yeah.
found out there was.
Yes. It was $1,600 at Five Guys, and then like $2,000 at Best Buy. What they do is they either sell the cards or they buy merchandise and return it.
Okay. Yeah,
Oh,
that would
okay.
make sense.
Okay.
How do you return a cheeseburger, though, Brian?
Bring a
It's
bucket.
very messy.
Especially in a place
You
like
gotta go to
Haiti where it's
town.
going to.
You got to go to Tommy's little kiosk, and there's a whole process.
You're fighting it, Brian, but good try. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Have a good rest of the day. There goes. He was trying so hard.
There he was.
God bless Brian. Let's take a break.
All right.
You got to keep your kids safe.
Oh, sure.
And, like, keeping them from running into the street or, like, sneaking out of
Yeah.
the house, that's one thing. Kid's got a phone. Kind of feels like your hands are off.
Yeah.
You have to put a lot of trust in them. And we have an article in front of us here that gives us tips, how to, your kids, make
Yeah.
sure they don't do this and that. It's all basic stuff. But what Kimmy realized is,
What's that?
we think of this as a newer problem,
Yeah.
yet we are now one full generation in.
Everybody experienced this for the first time at some point.
Oh.
Right?
But, like, I think it was a bigger deal when we were in high school, Kimmy, only because it was a brand new frontier.
Oh, yeah.
Like, we were the first generation to experience this, which means there are now grown-ass men and women in their 30s and 40s with children of their own that have experienced what we're going to talk about.
All right.
And I guess what we're trying to figure out here, Kimmy, in this discussion we were having yesterday, does it follow you? Is this so traumatic that it affects you for the rest of your life?
Ooh.
Or are we at the point now where this has become, unfortunately, so common, it's no big deal?
Okay.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. being a kid's about making mistakes.
Oh, sure. You gotta grow up.
And you learn from them, and ideally those mistakes don't follow you around for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Tommy, your generation, outside of like horrific stuff, didn't really have any lifetime mistakes to make at 16.
Nah.
The generation today knows all about the mistakes that could last them a lifetime, whether or not they fully grasp how bad it can be.
Yeah.
Kimmy and I, however, were of a generation that got a crash course in these specific teenage mistakes.
The pioneers, if
Yeah.
you will.
I mean, you're not wrong, because it's possible that this specific thing is now water under the bridge to the then teens that thought it was a good idea. But it's also possible that this was such a big deal, Kimmy, when we were kids,
Yeah.
that even women, men in their 30s and 40s had such a traumatic experience and became such celebrities in the towns they grew up in for the worst way that you never live it down
So it haunts you?
and you're never done being embarrassed by it.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. We're going to have an argument.
Oh, what
I
happened?
think we're going to have an argument.
What about what?
Well, when you have people come over, right, to have a good time,
To your house?
yes, when
Oh.
they walk in the door, is there something you ask them to do immediately?
That I do?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
You don't ask them to do anything. You don't ask them to do this specific thing when they walk into your house.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Do you?
I don't.
You don't?
I don't ask them to do this because I'm a good host who doesn't want them to feel like dirty people.
Oh.
But we'll get into it
Okay.
just after 7:25, 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. And this story starts with an article. Protecting your kids from themselves and their phones.
Yeah.
And this article is all about teenagers and the things they can send to their friends that may turn their lives upside down. Bless you, Kimmy. And the article specifically focuses on teenagers
Yeah.
and nude, sexually explicit photos.
You sexted.
Sexton, yes.
Sexted.
You're John Sexton. Not so fun facts for parents of teenagers right now. Tommy, did you know
What's that?
1 in 4 teenagers say they have been the recipient of a sext?
That they have received.
1 in 4.
Have received a picture.
Well, no, sext. I mean,
Sext.
not necessarily a picture, but a sext. I mean,
Something.
that could be part of it.
Yeah.
That doesn't really
All
surprise me
leads
with kids,
down
though.
the same road. I
1
guess.
in 4 admit.
I mean, we've been talking about this for 10 years now on the radio. It kind of makes sense. And I'm thinking like if my generation had this capability,
Yeah.
everybody would be guilty. Oh yeah.
Well, no.
By the way my parents even treated things and didn't pay attention to
No,
stuff.
but I mean, your parents would have eventually had to have paid attention if stuff like this
My
started
father would have
happening.
wanted to have a look.
Okay. So this article, to protect your kids, gives suggestions we already know. You know,
What to do?
Yeah, go through your kid's phone, talk to them about the dangers of this stuff.
All right.
And in reality, as much as kids may want to listen, nor if they fully grasp the gravity of something like this, I mean, kids today, Kimmy, know way better than any other generation
Oh, I think so.
how bad this can go.
The
And how
consequence.
long they know that it never goes away.
Exactly.
They're very aware of that.
Because here's the thing. Your generation, Tommy, did not have to deal with this in any way.
No.
This new generation has been around it for as long as they've been alive. Kimmy and I's generation were the testing ground.
Yeah.
Because we got it at the worst time possible.
Without question. And as we're talking about this article after the show yesterday, Kimmy, this brought back a memory from when you were a kid.
Oh, it was the first time I ever saw boobs on a cell phone.
Oh.
Because
And we're not talking like porn from like
no,
a website.
No. This was a picture sent.
Like a classmate?
Well, actually, so this particular set of boobs didn't go to our school. These boobs had been passed around for, I would guess, I know a minimum of 3 schools.
Wow.
That
3 school booby.
Yes.
One of the worst Ted Rundgren
Because
songs.
not even everybody at that time even had a camera on their phone. So, like, everybody that had the ability to accept that photo to a cell phone had it on their phone. So this girl, who I didn't even go to school with, I knew exactly what her name was, where she went to school, because they were notorious boobs.
Kimmy, how old are you?
I am 35, about to be 36.
Yesterday, as we're having this discussion,
Yeah.
she says this girl's name out loud. You never forget
Yeah,
it.
I'll
Oh,
never
wow.
forget
Burning
her.
your memory.
Yeah.
She made teenage history in
Chesty
my mind.
Jackson, yeah.
High
We all
school
heard about her.
history, because and even in her defense,
Yeah.
She didn't put her face in it, but everybody knew where it came from.
Right.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is that something you ever lived down? Because, Kimmy, you're right. When stuff like this happened for us and our generation,
Yeah.
it was a major event.
Yeah.
Everyone got to see.
It was so rare that, like I said, I vividly remember it because I was like, oh, my God, I didn't even know that was possible until now.
Yes. And look, in hindsight, it was terrible, right?
Yes.
Like, these are kids just trying to fit in. They think they can trust someone.
Yeah.
And in the defense of the now 30, 40-somethings that may have done this in their past, we did not really have an idea at that age, at that time, because it was
Yeah.
also new, how bad it could get.
Yes.
That
And now you're
those-
looking at it through adult eyes, and you're like, oh, my God.
Exactly.
That would be a huge deal today.
And yes, we should have known better, but at the same time, we were living in uncharted
Well,
territory.
yeah, it was all new technology.
We were like the Lewis and Clark of boob and dong pics. People were dying of syphilis. Not good.
Like,
Yeah, you don't
put
wanna
the
see that
power
dog
of a
pic.
camera phone in a teenager's hand for the first time in like 2004?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So here's what I want to know.
What's that?
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. And I know there are people listening now that are adults that did this in their past, right? They took that picture, they sent it to someone, it ended up everywhere. It was a big deal when you were a kid. Now that you are an adult, a grown-ass person, is that something that is just a mistake you made, water under the
Can laugh
bridge?
it off.
Oops, can you believe what
Yeah.
I did? Or is that something that bothers you for the rest of your life?
It haunts you.
Well, I mean, look, Kimmy, you and everybody that saw that picture is going to remember this girl's name for the rest of her life, right? And when you run into that girl, if you ever run into her again, the first thing you're going to think
no, you're right. 'Cause
is
that's
that.
all I knew of her.
And, I mean, that girl knows.
Yeah.
That guy who sent out a picture of his dong knows when you run into someone from your past, the first thing that pops in their head is, oh, my God, you were that guy.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, you were that girl.
But to me, it's like there's got to be so much of this stuff out there now, by now. Does it really matter?
I would say no.
Well, at the time, but though.
I get it back
did.
then, but now, 20 years later, when all this has been going around, does anybody even care anymore?
Give me a
I
remember.
also wonder if, like the example I'm thinking of, if she even knew the extent of it or how
how far it
many
got out?
how far it got, how many people would even know who she was. You know, like
But
I
she
don't
knows
know.
who she is. She knows it's her.
And, I mean, I think you're
but
underestimating.
that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if she actually even knows how many people saw it.
But I
Well,
think
thank
you're,
God nobody ever went on the radio and started talking about it.
she wouldn't know.
you're doing it now. No, you're right. I think you're underestimating. I mean, Kimmy, you remember, like, there would be no problem for some kid from another school to see her in the mall and be like, I know who you are.
Oh,
I saw
yeah.
your boobs.
Yeah, but I knew who it was because of the who it came from.
Okay.
But I don't know if like that picture got circulated if everybody knew who those boobs belonged to.
Okay, all right.
I don't know. I just wonder if she actually had a grasp on how far it had spread.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. This all comes off an article about protecting your kids from them sending inappropriate
Yeah.
pictures that last for the rest of their lives. And you didn't have to deal with this as a kid.
No.
Kids today, as much as it still happens, have a better understanding of how bad it can get. Kimmy and I were living in the precipice of naked pictures being sent to everybody. And how now, I mean, it's hard to think about, believe, there are people in their 30s and 40s who did this when they were teenagers, made that mistake, and it got spread everywhere. Is that something you get over? Or is that something that just is eventually, or is that something that is so traumatic, it stays with you for the rest of your life?
Yeah, and I also wonder how it affected the people, especially the people that are parents now that sent it or spread it around. Like, do you feel
Great
guilty about doing like that? Could also linger for multiple people because if you
But you
were
were
a
a
part of it,
kid.
yeah. But if you have kids now, especially like a
understand
daughter around that age, like you realize, you know, what exactly you did to this person.
I mean-
I would think it would haunt you a little bit.
She's right. I mean, if you're 30 or 40, you could have teenagers right now. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm 38.
yeah.
I got a 14-year-old and a 12-year-old.
Right.
Now, luckily, I was only shown. I never sent, so I don't have that like guilt hanging over my head because I was afraid my dad would figure something out. But, yeah, man, I mean, this terrifies me. It terrifies me. And there would have to be guilt if you are the parent of a
Yeah.
kid right now.
I guess if you stop and think about it, but I mean, every generation
but
has
I
done
just
something
don't
that.
think about it.
What's that?
Nothing.
I'm-
Go ahead.
No, I just think that every generation has something like that in their past
Okay.
that But you're just, I
But
mean, you
does
got to
it
let
live
it.
on the way? I mean, like,
I think you
if
gotta
you
let
took
it
a
go.
picture of somebody, unless that person still has the actual copy of the picture, that could be gone.
Yeah, I mean, you had
know?
Polaroids back in the day,
Yeah.
but, Polaroids disintegrate.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
I know.
because Kimmy brought up something else interesting yesterday.
What's that?
In this specific story you were talking about, Kimmy, I mean, that picture was getting texted to everybody.
Yeah.
Meaning it was on God knows how many phones.
Oh, yeah.
There are plenty of people who never get rid of their cell phones. I
Yep.
mean, hell, your
Still
cell phone
have those flip phones sitting
Yeah.
in a drawer somewhere.
in your parents' house or somewhere.
Yeah.
That would be a phone with a picture of a topless teenage girl on it. That's a felony. No joke.
Yep.
Yeah, but if that phone's 20 years old, could you even activate it? It's a lot. It's a
You just have
deep
to turn it
dive.
on. It would be
Oh,
on the
those
phone.
phones would be easy to activate.
No, it's you don't have to activate it. It would be on the phone, right? You just
Yeah.
turn it on. The photos are in there. How many of those
Well, there's probably a landfill
in Rochester? But no, I
and
mean,
shoe boxes and some. Yeah, you're probably right.
if you ever got one of those pics as a teenager and you are aware that it is on a phone in your parents' basement somewhere, it may be time to go destroy that phone legitimately
Maybe
because
wipe it clean.
that's a felony.
All right.
That is a straight up
Why are
uncut
you
Colombian
hanging on
felony.
to it anyways?
Well, I mean, I hold on all my phones. You
No,
know?
I mean, like, if you were specifically hanging on to it because of what you had saved on your phone.
I don't think it's that. I think it's
You forgot about it.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
you
all
have
right.
how many pictures? I mean,
Yeah.
I think back then those phones could hold like 25 pictures at the same time.
All right.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This gentleman asked me not to use his name. He says, my wife is around Kimmy's age. She sent a nude that ended up all over, he says the name of the town.
Right.
I'm not going to use his
Okay.
name. Okay. When she was in high school. It's something she laughs about now, and we have a daughter, so when she gets old enough, my wife can share that story and let her know how serious it can get.
Okay.
Let's talk about that.
That's a good experience that you could share with your kid to say, this is what happened to me.
Okay, it is. It is.
You're a victim.
It is great to have that kind of perspective.
Right.
That being said, Kimmy, is that something you share with your teenage daughter? That you made this mistake back in the day?
Well, if you ever want your kids to think something isn't cool, tell them you did it.
Yeah. there
Okay,
you go.
great call. Great call.
You know.
Very good.
All right, but
I get, and if it seriously was, if you have, obviously insight into how that feels after something like that gets exposed, I don't think it's bad advice.
Okay.
But
all
you
right.
had to be prepared for follow-up questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't want to think
why
that.
did you do that?
Well, I mean, that's
Who were
easy
you
to
s-
answer.
Who are you sending it to?
That's the hard one.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, these questions are going to
Yes.
come.
No, I mean, no, she's right. I mean, he's right. Kimmy,
Yeah.
when your kid asks, who did you send that picture to?
Yeah.
How do you answer that question?
Boy, it's school.
Really? What was his name?
I mean, I'm sure you could.
Is he my real dad? No, I mean, like,
Did you sleep with him? Did you have feelings for him?
I don't think a kid wants to pry that much. If anything, your
You're
kid's gonna
hoping,
be like,
but they
"Shut
get a vote in this
up."
conversation.
Did you ask your parents those questions?
My parents?
Yeah.
But they would have answered it. My parents were scuzz.
no, I mean, he did have Scott's parents.
I mean, my father had a very blasé attitude towards sex.
All right. I mean,
So,
but
You're hoping your kid, but you got to be prepared for the questions.
maybe you are prepared for the questions. Again, like, it's an embarrassing time in your life.
Okay, my concern would be less what
Yeah.
you're discussing, although that would be a
Right.
concern.
Right.
My first thought here, with this guy's idea
Yeah.
that, with this guy telling us his wife sent a nude and he has that experience, or she has that experience he can share with their daughter now. There are some things you just don't want your kid to know about your past.
Yeah. Mhm.
Even though those are great lessons that can help that kid. I don't know if this is something I would want to share with my kid only because I don't want them to look at me differently.
Mhm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right? Because there's also the idea. I mean, I get the
Well,
idea.
what if you turned
protect
it
the
into
image.
somebody else's story?
Well, then it's not your story. It doesn't have the same effect.
Yeah, but let me tell you what happened to my best friend growing up. Then you can actually give them that information in a
Okay.
different way, I guess,
No, it's not the worst idea.
Hmm.
I don't know.
At least they're armed with the information. They can do what they want with it.
So let me put it this way.
All right.
And I know this is not close to the same thing, but I didn't get great grades in high school.
Yeah.
In fact, I got really bad grades in high school. And I went to the same high school my oldest currently goes to now. So I have higher standards for her.
Right.
Because
Let's hope.
she's not dumb.
Yeah.
And anytime she gets a grade on a test or something that is like sub
Yeah.
what we expect,
Mhm.
her first line out of her mouth is, "You almost failed out of high school."
Yeah.
because I shared that with her, my struggles.
And she weaponized it.
Yes, exactly, Kimmy.
Yeah.
She uses it as a weapon. So I think my biggest concern would be if my daughter knows that either me or my wife did this, it's not going to be a warning. It's going to be, well, my mom and dad did it, and they made it out fine.
Yeah, but this is something different. You're thinking of your parents in a sexual way.
I don't know, Kimmy. That's I'm
just me personally. I'd be like, I want nothing to do with that. No, thank you.
Well, you sound like Trump there. Nothing to do with that. It's a beautiful picture.
No,
It is
thank
perfect.
you.
I don't know what
Please.
he's talking about. How about this? Because that's when, like, you're just disclosing this information.
Yes,
right?
yes.
What if that said shoebox gets found and activates a phone and there's a picture on it that used to be one of your parents' phones? And that question has to come up because now there's actual evidence of what somebody did with your phone.
Oh, I think there's a better question here.
What was that?
Your kid finds your old phone,
Yeah.
opens it up from when you were a teenager. Is it worse if they find a nude picture of you? Or is it worse if they find a nude picture of someone they don't know that was sent to you?
Yeah, they're both pretty horrible.
Which one is a worse situation?
You.
I'm going to say
You.
seeing your naked ass
Yes,
young parent.
Yes. You will. That image will be burned in your mind. At least that other person's a stranger.
Like if I found a full frontal nude
Yeah, I know.
of Mike Muley at Babe Ruth baseball camp and somebody took of him coming out of a shower as a joke.
and he's making like
and
a
then sent
sexy
it around.
kissy face.
Yeah. Like there's your dad's hairy 1938 junk,
Yeah, I'm taking
Or how about your
stranger all
mom?
day.
right? A picture of your mom. You want to see your young mom? I mean, she's probably good looking, right? Firm mama, young girl, but that's your mother. And you know,
I think
I
you-
mean, for my generation, it wouldn't be as bad because of the hairiness of her muff. But if you've got a new smooth mom, these new smooth ones I've been hearing about, I mean, you can actually see your mom's
How did we get here?
ginorina.
a Mexican giner?
Yeah.
Down in the west.
It's down of El Paso. Marty Robbins shows up with a camera.
I think you missed the point of the question I was trying to make. Not the shock of seeing your parents' genitals, which I agree
Yeah.
would be a shock. What I'm saying is, what is a worse message for your kid? That you sent that photo to somebody
I think
and
it's
took
you.
it.
I think you're the
Yes.
face of what was that. Yeah. It's,
Okay.
it doesn't change my answer because it would still be the parent because
Yeah.
you weren't just picking up a phone and somebody sent you something. You did this.
Okay, all right.
Because I think your kid can wrap their head around like you having stuff like that on your phone. Because they know where to find that stuff
Right.
if they wanted to, right? It would be more like I don't want to picture my parent participating.
I don't know. I told you that my daughter found that picture of a girl that I dated from back in the day
Yeah.
that I had in the shoebox that I forgot about in
Yeah.
the basement.
Just a still shot.
And it wasn't even that, she had a big chest and she took a sexy picture, but she wasn't like topless. And
Right.
that was like the scandal of the
Yeah.
century in my house. Thank God my wife is cool.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, I couldn't imagine if she found that same picture on a phone topless.
Oh, yeah.
Like she would have been calling divorce lawyers for my wife. Get rid of him. Get rid of him. You don't need him. All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
I feel like we're going to have a fight here
Oh,
because there are two types of people.
yeah.
There are folks who are cool with guests coming over,
Mhm.
and there are folks that have rules when
Yeah.
guests come over. And this seems like the number one rule that is arisen.
And it's very big up here compared to where I grew up down south.
Really?
Yes.
You don't?
I-
you
Do
think
you think
it's
that's weather-wise?
yeah.
You think it's regional, not generational?
Well, I just noticed like it wasn't a big thing where I grew up, but when I came up here, it was a major thing. And I think weather plays a big part.
Okay, because here's the thing:
Mm-hmm.
like they argue this is a cultural thing.
Mm-hmm.
They argue this is a preference thing. But I'm here to tell you this is a right-wrong thing.
Okay.
You either do it the right way or you do it the wrong way.
Okay.
And we're going to tell you what we're talking about next here in the break room. Let's see you, Matt. I think we're going to have a fight.
About what?
Because, well, there's no universal rule on this.
Yeah.
You decide what you're going to do in your own home.
Mm-hmm.
The problem, however, is people will take this request in different ways.
Yes.
And if someone is unprepared for it, it can make for an awkward and uncomfortable night.
Yep.
Maybe something that could even ruin a relationship. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:45, how a technology you haven't thought about in at least a decade
Really?
is the reason why a woman is under arrest and a man got his car back, no problem in
Wow.
Greece. So we'll get to the story just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Question for the room.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you ask people to take their shoes off before they walk into your house?
Do I?
Yes.
No.
Does your wife?
No.
Okay. Kimmy, do you ask people to take their shoes off before they walk into your house?
No, but
But
You wish they do.
yeah,
Okay.
I won't request it. But it does. I don't know. There's something that kind of irks me when they're like walking around with their shoes on in my house, and it's weird too because I grew up in a shoes on house.
Shoes on.
Yeah.
Shoes on.
Like my parents never made anybody take their shoes off. But I don't
They
know. As I've
identify their
gotten
shoes on.
as I've gotten older, there's something about it that's just like it just kind of grosses me out. But I won't be bold enough.
Well,
to
let's say like
request it.
I understand like wintertime, you're walking through the crap.
Yeah, I mean most people will take their shoes off, especially when it's
Summertime.
slushy and gross outside.
So it's nice out.
Yeah.
Dry, it's nice out.
Yeah.
You still want the shoes on?
Kinda, yeah.
So you expect people to take their shoes off as they walk into your house?
Yeah, I guess I don't expect it. I mean, that like my dad always just comes in with the shoes on, and it's just like, all right,
We're doing this.
Yep,
I can hear you're fine with it.
yeah.
All right, so that question, do you ask people to take your shoes off before they come in your house, has set people off worldwide. And it may be the biggest conflict in America right now. And this debate all started with an article that went viral that was written by a party planner. In the article, she advised people inviting friends and family over not to ask them to take their shoes off when they come inside.
Like it's a party.
Yes.
Okay.
Or you're having any guests
All
you're
right.
having over at the house. And I quote, "It's rude. When you invite people into your home, you need to let it go. You can't be like, you can't touch this. You have to take your shoes off. If you spill something, you're in trouble. Hosting is letting your guests enjoy themselves in your house."
All right.
And for whatever reason, people latched onto the shoes take and started going back and forth with a vitriol reserved for politics. And here's the thing. She's absolutely right.
About the shoes?
You absolutely cannot ask people to take their shoes off if they're coming over because it makes you look like such an arrogant prick.
Yeah, like what is this, a palace? Like these are some
Thank you.
special floors.
Thank you.
I can't walk on them in shoes.
I love how, Kim, we've never even seen a picture of her house, but you can't wear shoes inside of the house that doesn't exist.
But here's the thing, like I don't like if I'm
gross.
gonna get dressed up, I'm gonna go to somebody's house.
Well, your
right?
shoes are part of your outfit. I get it.
I don't feel like walking around in my socks like I'm an 8-year-old.
Okay,
Wow, you like to show off your socks. If anybody wants to show off the socks, you would think it'd be you.
But you get the ankle effect.
No, but like most of the time that take comes from a woman. The shoes are part of the
I don't want
outfit.
to walk. But I get dressed up.
Okay.
I do
All right.
dress for an occasion.
I've never heard a man.
I'm not showing up in a your Jordans and your tracksuit.
What's wrong? What? We're hanging out
Like,
as
what do you
friends.
own the Lakers?
What do you want me to do? Put on a tuxedo to hang out at your house?
No, but I dress nice. I put
Okay.
a dress when I go to your house. I always have undressed.
No,
dress.
and everyone always says when you walk in, "Wow, he looks so great."
Your wife always compliments me on my outfit.
Yeah, because
always.
she knows how to get to you,
No,
man.
no, because she's class.
Is that what it is?
She's class.
She's class.
Class.
Got the finger up at the class, bro. I've never heard a man in my life say the shoes are part of the
Walk
outfit.
around in your socks.
Okay. There is so much that goes into this
What?
debate of shoes on, shoes off. Because there are issues that can show up when you have people remove their shoes when they don't expect it. One, mismatched or dingy socks. Maybe you're not going to wear the best socks if you think your shoes aren't coming off. And now you look like a trash basket
Right.
hanging around this person's house. Two, and this is a big one, people with sweaty or smelly feet.
Right. Or shoe. The shoe could also stink.
You got it. And I know you guys are out there. And I know when you show up at someone's home.
You're showing up with your goddamn swamp feet.
Yeah, but when they ask you to pop them shoes off, you start to get nervous. And it's a crime to make folks that are insecure about this stuff go with no shoes. But most importantly,
What?
you could just mop the floor.
Yeah.
It's that simple, right? Yeah, you can
Yeah.
mop up that night as soon as everyone's gone if you
Well,
want
And
you
to.
got
especially,
carpets.
here's what kills me about people like you.
Get her.
What?
And
I won't make
Get
you
her.
take off your shoes.
Get
No,
her.
no. But you wish I did, right?
Especially when you're on the rugs.
Yeah, I understand, yeah.
Yeah.
But you got a dog.
Yeah.
A dog you take for a walk out in the street walks through everything, roots through
Yeah.
everything,
He's got
and
tiny
it's up
feet.
on the couch,
Yep.
it's up on your bed, it's on your pillows.
He's pawing at your face.
Right.
You are hitting me with some logic, and I can't deny what you're saying isn't
I'm less than
true.
your dog.
But I
would agree. You're less than a dog.
But there's something about those big clunky shoes walking around and tracking in the dirt.
Clunky
Like
shoe.
my dad will even put his feet up on the furniture with his shoes.
Would you do that?
No, I don't put my feet on people's furniture.
Well, your feet don't reach the footrest.
And I'm just like, it's just bothering me.
Does your husband want the shoes off in the house?
He will do both. He usually takes his shoes off, but sometimes if he's like walking around getting ready for something, he'll have his shoes on.
All right, phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. This article that has gone viral is people arguing with each other about whether or not you're supposed to ask people to take their shoes off when you walk in the house. Tommy and I, fine with shoes in the
Yeah.
house. Kimmy, not going to ask you, but she doesn't like it.
Yeah,
She's
the
gonna
Taj
take it.
Mahal.
How about this? Feet are just gross, period.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, what if that person who comes over isn't wearing socks?
Oh.
I would argue barefooted dude walking around your house is way
gross.
Way
That's
grosser.
gross.
Thank you. Than guy with shoes on
Yeah.
walking around your house.
I don't want to see anybody's feet.
Because your husband's a flip-flop guy.
No, he's not.
All right, all right, what? Doesn't matter. There are guys who are flip-flop guys. And if you walk in my house and you're going to go barefooted,
Oh.
just keep the flop on, man.
Yeah, this isn't a surf shop.
Thank you. Shut up. This isn't a surf shop.
What are you, the big kahuna? Going to the luau tonight?
Okay, so I'm going to make an assumption here, and if I'm wrong, tell me. I assume that most women want shoes off in the house. Most guys don't care.
Probably. Because, yeah.
When you move in with somebody and you're sharing a space for the first time, somebody's got to win that argument.
Yeah.
Who wins?
The wife. The wife's always going to win every house argument.
Okay, so you're going to let her tell your friends
Yes.
that they can't
No,
wear
you know what
shoes.
she's going to say?
What's that?
Tell him to take his shoes off. She's going to put it on you.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Because I was married to one of those.
Oh, one of them?
I'm not going to say which one, but it wasn't the first.
Do all Italian women make people take their shoes off
Yeah,
walking in the house?
Like, how is Italy and Japan so aligned with shoes? Because every time you go to any party at an Italian house, there's just a pile
Pile
of
of
goddamn shoes.
Okay, so I know.
Well, I mean, you will, but you admit though, even in the wintertime when people are showing up in boots and stuff, the first instinct is to take off your shoes so
I
you're
get-
not making the floors slippery.
But like usually, like if we have people coming over, I'm going to shovel so you're not stepping.
Okay, fine. But here's the thing. You brought up so there is some cultural stuff to this. Like, for example, in Asia, a lot of Asian countries,
The shoes come off.
but because tables used to be on the floor, close to the
Right,
floor,
right, yeah.
so you didn't want that stuff near. But we don't live that way anymore. At
No.
least most people don't. But for some reason, culturally, that's stuck with those
Yeah.
cultures.
Some religions, Muslims remove their shoes when they
Sure.
walk in. Yeah.
Look, I'm not going to fight you if it's like a legitimate issue when it
Right.
comes to how your people are,
Yeah.
right? But like if I'm just coming over to your house,
Yeah, you're just straight up, yeah.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Gabby. Hey, Gabby, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you guys today?
Good. What do you got for us?
No way do you get in my house with shoes on. Absolutely no way.
'Cause
I
your house
either
is so
ask you
great.
To slip them off, or I provide you with covers for them.
Oh,
Not
my
that-
God. Go home, Gabby.
Listen, you guys walk, all of us, we walk through restrooms, public places. No way you're getting on my carpets. And then I walk through with bare feet. Can't do it.
Okay.
Cannot do it.
All right, Gabby, I'm gonna ask you a couple questions if you don't mind me asking.
Go ahead.
All right. First of all, are you an Italian woman?
Absolutely.
Nailed it. Two, Gabby, if somebody walks in your house and doesn't remove their shoes, you are going to tell them to their face, please take off your shoes.
Yep. They can't get in. They can't come in. I'd say slip your
Can't
shoes
get
off
in.
and come on in.
What are you running, Studio 54 now?
Kimmy doesn't get that reference.
Nope, I run a clean house, and
I
there's no
run a
way you're
clean
getting
house.
in with your public shoes that you walk through
Public
Wegmans, that you walk
shoe.
through the restroom.
Okay.
No way.
Gabby, how many pieces of furniture do you currently have under plastic right now?
None.
Okay, Gabby.
Once you come in, you can make yourself at home, but I got to tell you, you are just not getting in. If you're a repairman, I supply you with the big booties.
But usually
No
those guys
way.
have their own.
They do, but I'm ready if they don't.
All right, Gabby, let me ask you a question.
Like throw them down and wrestle them down like a steer in a rodeo.
Nope.
Got them
I stand
booties
right
out in
between-
8 seconds.
I'm right between the carpets where you come in, you know, those all weather carpets and the rugs, and I say, why don't you slip your shoes off and come in? And
She's
they don't
got AstroTurf inside the house for the shoe.
No, it's not AstroTurf.
So it looks
You
like
know,
the
those,
Orange Bowl in the 70s.
You know, those heavy duty inside outside ones. Yeah, no, we're good.
All
But
right.
you got to take them off.
Gabby, one more question.
Yes.
Let's say there's someone in the neighborhood on the loose, a criminal, right? You call 911. Now, they're not in the house yet. Cops show up, knock on your door. Cop walks in. Do you ask him to take his shoes off or put a booty on him, or do you let him do his work?
Oh, gosh. That's a tough one.
That's why I
That's
asked.
a tough one.
That's why I asked, Gabby. What do you do?
I think I'm going to have to let him in an emergency situation.
Wow. Well, no, I mean, the guy's not
He's
in the
been
house.
walking through crime scenes.
Yeah, there's DNA on them boots.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God, I'd probably have to move. Ugh.
Gabby, great to talk to you. You monster.
Thanks, guys. Love your show.
Love you too, Gabby.
It's interesting to me hearing Tommy's logic on this because I know in his brain fashion is winning over
Filth.
over his cleanliness.
It's fashion over filth.
Because I know like you're a clean freak, right? I mean,
yeah.
like you're super clean about
Yeah.
stuff, but this is where you draw the line because I don't want it to ruin my outfit.
Right.
No, I mean, she's right. It is weird
Yeah.
that outfit has won over
Yes.
your, what's the word I'm looking for?
Cleanliness.
Fashion-
Anal
Yeah.
retentive.
Yeah.
Clean.
But I will tell you this, like, this was never a thing in the South.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the last thing you got to worry about. You got
Yeah.
snakes that'll kill you in the air.
Well, no, but if you ask the son to take their shoes off, they're taking everything off. They're going down to their bare britches. That's what I do in my house. No, but, like, it wasn't an issue. Like, that's what freaked me out when I first moved up here, was you had to take your shoes off. I'm like, why?
So is it a weather thing or is it a
I
cultural
think a lot
thing?
of it has to stem from weather.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I think
It's being
7 months a year, it's
salt
crappy
tracked
out.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got Facebook messages coming in. Again, we're talking about taking your shoes off and how a party planner started a war online by saying you cannot ask your guests to take shoes off coming in the house. Brian writes us, Gabby was just talking about this. He says, I'm an electrician, and the place I work makes me either take my boots off or put booties over my boots, even if the homeowner says it's okay. I found about 60% of the time they say not to worry about it, but it's always the richer people that say, please take off your shoes before I even walk in the house. So
Because they think their place is so special.
is it a money thing?
Probably.
I mean, but you grew up rich and you keep shoes on.
Yeah. I guess I just don't care.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Monica. Hey, Monica, how are you?
Hello.
What's up?
Nothing. Take your shoes off.
Monica, you an Italian lady?
Nope.
Oh, all right, what culture are we going with here?
She's a foot bitch.
German.
Okay, that one I'm not familiar with. All right, Monica.
Wait, German?
German.
Oh.
Yeah. Do what they say. Monica, why are you so insistent that people take their shoes off coming into your house?
Because think about what's at the bottom of your shoes and what you walk through. Even in the summer, I don't care. They all come off. Especially if you have a baby that's crawling around.
Okay, that I understand.
Wait,
I'll do
thought
it for
that's
the baby.
good for their immune system.
Yeah, maybe.
It toughens them up.
All right, but Monica, why can't you just mop when everybody
Yeah.
leaves?
Well, if you have
It's
carpet.
not the mopping. It's going into the living room, on the carpet.
Man, your house ain't that special, Monica.
It's not that it's special, but I'm not cleaning 24/7.
Where do you live? Where do you live? What town?
Around Irondequoit.
Man, raggedy ass around the Quaid. I got to worry about them old ass 1930s floors.
Yeah, that's more of a reason to take your shoes off, you dummy.
Man, think of all the working
No.
guys back in the day coming back from Kodak with all the mercury that's in those floors.
No, shoes come off.
All right, Monica, are you married?
I am.
Okay.
Second marriage.
How long you been married for?
32 years.
All right, 32 years. When you first moved in with your husband, was he also a shoes off guy, or did you make him become a shoes off guy?
No, when he came to visit me in my own home, he always took his shoes off.
Okay.
'Cause he wanted
He's
some.
trying to get at.
Oh,
he's
yeah.
All right. Well, Monica,
Maybe, but everybody,
Well-
shoes off.
way to tame him with that ass, making him take his shoes off, Monica.
Take care.
All right, bye. There goes Monica. Who knew that these people were so angry
Oh, yeah.
about the shoes?
That's 2 women in a row.
We got 3. Layla writes us on Facebook.
What's she saying?
She says, folks that do shoes inside are trash. You don't even know the disgusting bacteria that lives on the bottom of your shoes. You're tracking that all where you live. And if you have elderly people in the house, that can kill them. Layla, you let Grandma lick your floor?
Yeah, no kidding.
What are you doing?
If Grandma's crawling around on the floor, maybe you had to help her up first.
All right, this one I think is going to stun all of us.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, buckle up.
All right.
This will be the last call we take. Rednecks on CMF. Hey, buddy, how are you?
Why you got to hype me up like that?
Well, go ahead. What do you got? What do you got?
So as I was telling Kimmy, it's not about the money thing, about how if you're rich or whatever. I don't live in that great of a house, and I live in the southern tier. Take your shoes off in my house, especially in the wintertime. So I don't want the wife cleaning nonstop, because my kids are running around with their damn shoes on, or my neighbor or whatever. She doesn't need to do that. She don't need to do that. Take your shoes off.
You're right. You could. You could help. You could help a little bit.
Not when I get home at 6 o'clock at night.
I've been working all day long. I want my floors mopped. I want my dinner on the table. I want my Bible open to Ephesians, and I want you to shut the hell up.
Hey, it is what it is, guys. But no shoes in my house. It's just the way it is.
I thought you're a country person.
How do you call this show as redneck and then say, take your shoes off, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because he's doing
Because you shouldn't be tracking all this slop in your house. I mean,
that's
I
what
feel like you
rednecks
have
do.
it backwards. I feel like you have it backwards because he's doing jobs where he's getting dirty, getting messy, and he doesn't want it in his house.
Yeah, but that's what
so I can
rednecks
understand
do.
why dainty little you can track your little alligator shoes through your house because you haven't stepped in anything today.
I'm on Tommy's side, but get him.
Kimmy, I
Get
love
him.
you.
You
I love
walk
you, Kimmy.
around the puddles with your umbrella.
What do I get my hair wet?
The dirtiest thing you touch is this carpet in this room.
Well, it's pretty
I'm
dirty.
Team Kimmy today. I'm not Team Tommy. Team
All
Kimmy.
right.
All right, redneck. Well, we're going to change your name every time you call now because you a bitch-ass, no-shoe-wearing bitch.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, redneck,
Yeah.
take care, buddy. There goes redneck. I don't want her to have to keep cleaning.
Poor woman, she's on her hands and knees all day.
It is what it is. All right, let's take a break. A man got his car back, no problem.
Good.
And a woman is behind bars after an incident in Greece because of a technology you have not even thought about in at least a decade.
Damn.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. I'll say this.
Say it.
I won't say that,
All right.
but I will say this.
What's that?
Even though you have not thought about this technology in a decade, this story is going to have people running out to get it today.
Really?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 8 o'clock. It's Wednesday. You know what that means?
Oh, hate time.
That's right. Hate Mail of the Week. We talked about Canandaigua being what we thought was snubbed from a list we had 2 weeks ago.
Totally.
But we got a lot of response after the break from people who live in and around the Canandaigua area.
Yeah.
And they don't seem to care that their community didn't make the list.
Yeah.
Because their community is not what their community was. And one person wrote us a letter saying, living here, you can't even do anything anymore.
Can't live here.
I don't know why you're
Can't
getting
enjoy
angry.
it.
I don't know why you're getting angry.
Are they selling organic gas?
Look, we don't live there, but what they're saying makes sense.
Oh, my God. One little thing changes, everybody flips
Oh, it's
out.
been a lot of things changing. We'll get into it. It's after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So, story yesterday.
Yeah.
A car was stolen from Planet Fitness in Greece around 3:15 on Sunday.
Yeah.
So the way the story went down, according to authorities, is the woman walked into Planet Fitness. They have these boards where you could like put your keys on them while you're working out.
Oh, that doesn't seem smart.
Well, okay, because she grabbed the keys right off the board, went outside, found the car, took off, stole it.
And you got to be quick at Planet Fitness because she's going to be back out in 15 minutes. You know she ain't working out for an hour, that joint.
This woman was caught very soon after she stole the car. You want to know how?
Nobody chased her down?
No, they didn't have to.
What?
The car had OnStar.
Oh, my. Hasn't been around 10
I didn't even know
years?
it was still around.
It's been around, just
Yeah.
nobody has talked about OnStar. So authorities say the victim had OnStar in his car, and they were able to disable the engine, which led to the suspect being taken into custody. The woman was arrested, charged with grand larceny. She's got a court date coming.
I have not heard that name in many years.
Remember OnStar?
I didn't. They don't make it anymore, do they?
I don't know. I mean, it's
So
still.
is this like an old car?
Bro, it's a subscription service.
Yeah.
So it still has to be active.
They were big like in Cadillacs and cars like that.
They came with the Cadillacs back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but I mean,
that was a selling point.
it must still be in cars
Man,
because
you never see all those car ads you see. You never hear that.
OnStar.
Yeah.
OnStar.
Remember, like,
Yeah.
I'm in an accident. Can you help me, OnStar?
OnStar. OnStar is
Well,
a
I
lot
got
like
hit in the
OnStar.
mouth. They hit me in the mouth. OnStar.
No, isn't OnStar one of the offshoots of the Grateful Dead that are touring the country now? You want to go see OnStar this weekend? I remember vividly the first time I watched OnStar happen. My buddy, we went.
Oh, like in real time.
Yes. So I was a senior.
He was there.
I was a senior in high school.
Yeah.
And we were going up to a Syracuse basketball game. They were playing Notre Dame. My buddy got lost, and he goes, check this out. He goes, hey, OnStar. Bing, hey, how can I help you? We're like, what? And he's like, I need directions to the carrier dome. The one's like, hold on. And we're like, what? And she gave us like turn-by-turn directions.
Talking to you.
Bro, I thought we were in like a millionaire's car.
But you don't need it anymore.
Apparently you do, because they were able to keep this car
for
from
that.
being
I mean, it
stolen.
did help.
Yeah.
And look, here's the thing. If this is something OnStar can do with the fear that a lot of people have in Rochester of getting their car stolen, are we going to witness the triumphant return of the greatest technology we had ever seen in 2002?
Because all you really need is the ability to turn your car off.
Yes.
Everything else your phone does for you, right? If you have your phone on you, you don't need OnStar for help.
Yeah, because even the phone now has a sensor in it where if you get in an accident, it'll call authorities.
Right.
Yeah.
So the only thing you need it for is to shut the engine off or where's my car?
You got it.
Like a GPS so you can locate it.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
Okay. Maybe there's a company that can just do that. So I don't need all the
Who would
OnStar.
that company be?
No, I'm just saying, like, I don't need all the other stuff with OnStar.
Right.
I just need you to turn off the engine for me.
Right, and tell me what my car is.
Or if there's a button, because even if you had an ability to kill your engine from anywhere you were, like with your cell phone, that would help.
Mm-hmm. Especially if you have teenage kids, too.
Does that exist? Well, I don't want to kill my kid's engine.
No, but if they're doing something that they shouldn't be doing, you could shut it down.
Okay, if they're doing something they shouldn't be doing, well, I'm going to shut them down where? What if they're in, like, a place they shouldn't be? No,
Well,
I
that's
can't
when
get
they'll-
away.
Didn't think of that one.
Yeah, idiot.
All right.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. A woman tried to steal a car from Planet Fitness on Sunday around 3:15. She was caught almost immediately because the car had OnStar.
So she grabs the only car in that lot that probably had OnStar. Like, she picked the worst car to steal.
So it turns out we may be dumb because OnStar may be more prevalent than we thought.
Then why don't they advertise it?
Jay's on CMF. Hey, Jay, how are you, buddy?
Morning, guys.
Hey,
Yeah.
what do you got?
Oh, there we go. So, like I told you guys last time, I'm an Uber driver, and I actually rent my cars from Uber. And I rented a car a month ago, I'd say, and it was a 23 Malibu, and it still had OnStar. Like, it had the button and everything.
No kidding.
That's a newer card. Wow.
Yeah, it was brand new.
So we're getting lots of tweets and texts from people saying that all GM vehicles come with OnStar.
They don't mention it.
Maybe you don't have to because it's all
Oh.
in all GM vehicles.
All right.
I mean, it's just okay. So Jay, you wouldn't know because wait, you say you rent the cars from Uber?
Yep.
What's that
They have a
cost?
program where we can actually rent the cars,
Okay.
and we don't have to put the miles on our own car. They pay for the maintenance and everything.
No kidding. All right. Well, Jay, thanks for all the information, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. 252 WCMF 252-9263. So we brought up with OnStar, they can kill the engine. They'll give you turn-by-turn directions. At
Yeah.
least they used to. Steve says there's something we haven't even mentioned yet.
What's that?
About the OnStar. He's on CMF. Hey, Steve. How are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Yo.
This is a big one for me because once I do it once, it's usually 3 times within a month it happens that I lock my keys in my car.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. So
But it's like impossible in new cars to lock your keys in.
no, I did it like 2 years ago. It sucks.
Like, you cannot lock the keys in my car.
Everyone doesn't have a brand new car, Tommy.
Yeah, Tommy. No, even with my car,
Yes, Tommy.
I have a bad habit of I'll lock it with my finger.
Yeah.
And I had my keys had fallen out. They were on my driver's seat. I locked the car, and for some reason, because the keys were inside, it wouldn't unlock.
Oh, because I always thought it senses that the keys are in.
I would have thought the same thing. Not apparently
But
a
yours
thing.
but your car is super old.
2016.
Bro, that's super old.
It's not super. You're super old. My car's a 2016.
Your car is like pre-COVID.
It is pre-COVID.
Your car's closer to 9/11 than COVID.
That's not true, you
no,
idiot.
but it sounds good.
Steve, how old's your car?
It's 2013.
Ah, so
Oh,
Steve's
man.
more busted than
Oh,
I am.
man.
See? How you like that?
Why don't you take the Bush Cheney sticker off?
Hey, Steve, do you have to pay monthly?
Tommy, stop stalking me, man.
Yeah! Steve, do you have to pay monthly for OnStar?
Oh, I don't have it. I just know that's a feature.
You don't even have it.
Bye, Steve. Have a good rest of the day. Let's talk to Jay. Hey, Jay, how are you, buddy?
Hey, how's it going?
Come in. What do you got?
Yes. So a while back, my dad had his Cadillac up at Toronto Airport because he flew out of there.
Cadillac Daddy.
He left it in the long-term parking lot,
Yeah.
and then suddenly OnStar contacts him, says, "Are you driving and you're back in town?" He says, "No, he's still overseas." And so they shut off the power and they call the police to go collect his car and bring it to an impound to protect it.
No kidding. How long ago was this, Jay?
About a year and a half ago.
All right. Do you know? Does he have to pay monthly for it, or does it just come with the car?
I believe there's a starter package when you buy the car, and then you probably have to pay monthly for it.
Bro, his parents are super ass rich.
What are you talking about? He's only.
That's a Cadillac
What?
overseas trip,
What?
flies to Toronto, spends a night at a hotel, catches the red eye out
But they could only
to
afford.
Sicily.
But they could only afford to name their son one letter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
These
it
are rich
happens.
Italians.
Jay, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. All right, so now I feel like we're the only people in Rochester that don't have
I
OnStar.
always assumed like OnStar was one of those things, and I haven't heard of it recently, where you got it, you got a free trial of
Yeah.
it for
Yeah.
like a month when you got your car, and then everybody just ignored it or canceled it after that.
'Cause it's kinda how they
I
got-
never met anybody that actually continued with it for more than a few months.
Yeah.
It's kind of how they do with satellite radio when
Yeah.
you bought a car, right?
Yeah, thank God everybody canceled those.
Yeah.
I can still feed my kids for a couple more years. All right, so maybe.
All
I mean,
right.
if you're worried about getting your car sold, maybe OnStar's the thing to do.
Get it.
I don't know, or don't. I'm not your mom. I don't care. Let's take a break.
All right.
It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Ooh, hate.
Why are you getting so angry? This has nothing to do with you.
Okay.
And here's the thing.
Right.
They have a great point because the only time you could afford to do this is one time a summer, and all you get is an appetizer.
Yeah, but it's a really good appetizer.
We had a discussion about Canandaigua and a list they were left off of 2 weeks ago. But the folks that reached out to us, and multiple people did, say the discussion doesn't matter because Canandaigua, as great as it is for folks coming out of town, is no good for the folks that live there
It's
anymore.
priced out the little man.
And one letter that we got, I think, emphasizes
It's changed.
all of the noises Tommy's making over there. We'll get into it next. Tape Mail of the Week here in the break room on CMF. It's been a cold and snowy and gross couple of days.
Oh, God, yeah.
Right? But let's keep in mind, Tommy, we're only a few weeks away from the sunshine
Ooh.
and the blue skies and the nice weather.
Come on.
Why not spend it at a place with a beach resort, great places to eat and drink?
Yeah. Get away.
I'm not talking Florida.
No.
I'm talking a place just down the road.
Mm-hmm.
A place that, according to one person who wrote us, actually a lot of people, is not a place for everyday people anymore. It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. You hanging out in the breaker, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. And this letter starts with a list.
Oh, okay.
2 weeks ago, we had in front of us the 8 best lakeside towns in New York State.
Mm-hmm.
And we assumed that one of those towns, would be right down the road from us. Canandaigua.
Been number one for years.
But we were wrong. Canandaigua, with its new resorts, multi-million-dollar homes, bars, restaurants, shopping, is somehow, according to this article, not a top 8 New York lake town.
But why?
We couldn't figure it out.
Yeah.
We were shocked. We were offended. We wanted justice. But it turns out not making this list was the least of the town's problems.
Really?
At least according to a couple of people who reached out to us after we got off the air. And one person may have summed it up the best in a letter that he sent us.
What happened?
According to him, it doesn't matter what list Canandaigua makes.
Yeah.
It's not anything any of us can really enjoy anymore anyways.
Yeah.
Will you listen?
Out of touch.
Listen. I just need you to
They
hear
forgot about us. I'm listening.
hear what he's saying before you be a dick.
The Millionaire Mile.
Actual physical letters sent to the mail telling us we suck, wanting us fired. And it is a man who wrote us today, but once again, the role of this man will be played by our own Kimmy.
I'm writing you about Canandaigua not being a top lake town in New York. You know why that is? Because regular people don't get to enjoy Canandaigua anymore. I was born and raised there. Outside of the 7 years leaving for work, I've lived there my whole life. And I've seen Canandaigua go from a nice lake town with fun and interesting things to do to a wealthy playground that only allows people with money to take advantage.
Elite.
Try going to the beach on a hot day in the summer. You can get near the water if you're a millionaire with a house on the water or spending thousands of dollars to stay at a resort. Try getting your boat in and out of the water. Some days it can take an hour or two just waiting in line. The restaurants and bars all cater to the rich crowd now, and the small town community feel that used to exist was sold out to the rich and powerful who swooped in to entertain themselves. And leave the normal people fighting for their crumbs.
Normal.
I don't care Canandaigua isn't a top town in New York because it's not for me and it's not for you unless you have money most other people don't have. Sincerely, Mark.
Mark is hot.
Busted ass Mark.
Okay. He's a lifelong Canandaigua resident,
Right.
according to his letter.
Mm-hmm.
He now despises the community that he lived in.
Well, because they did Millionaires Row, they just turn their nose up.
Can't afford it.
Dirty Mark.
Playground for the rich. Nothing.
Playground for the rich. You make it sound like Mar-a-Lago.
Well, I'm telling him that's what he said. I don't live there. You don't live there.
Bro,
I don't
every
know.
time I've gone down there, it has not changed. There was one resort that like upgraded nice.
Oh no, there's more than one resort now.
The restaurants are the same. They still got the ice cream shop. They got a coffee place. They got a hot dog joint.
Yeah, but can you afford?
I can afford a hot dog.
Can you afford beluga caviar ice cream?
Oh, that sounds delicious.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. And I want you to keep in mind, because you're getting very mad, and I'm going to let you have your time. I'm going to let you have your time. I don't know why you're getting mad.
Can't put my boat in the water no more. It takes an hour to get it in.
Does Mark have a point? Because you have never lived there.
No.
I have never lived there. Kimmy has never lived there. And it's one thing to go down and spend a day, right, and look around and go, oh, this is nice. But is Mark right about the community of Canandaigua?
That the common man can't put my boat in the water. When a working man can put his $65,000 boat in the water, being towed by his $85,000 Ford F-150. We just left America. So.
I mean, but look, if you got that much money and you still feel like an outcast.
It's always been a boater's place.
No, but I mean, there's a difference. I mean, you know this, man.
But there's kayakers, there's like windsurfers down there, there's regular people with rowboats and...
Rowboats? When's the last time you saw a rowboat on Canandaigua Lake?
Rowboat.
Yeah, what,
A
you got a mandolin.
Yeah.
Canandaigua.
That's like, but to say like, first of all, yes, money has gone into the Finger Lakes all of them over the last 20 years.
Does seem like Canandaigua got the most of it, but go on.
Well, because it was the nicest area.
Okay.
But obviously people are enjoying it, hence why it takes so long to get your goddamn boat in the water.
Hence why.
Hence why.
Henceforth why.
Henceforth why boat in water.
Canandaigua. I mean, I don't know why you're getting offended.
But
though.
there's regular restaurants. The joint that burnt down, they rebuilt.
Well, they built it on a solid gold.
Yes.
The joint they burnt down.
And it was like it's like a really nice diner down there.
Yes, I get that every community has places for regular people to eat. No, I'm not agreeing with
But
you.
this guy's jealous.
Yes, I think it's pretty open that he's jealous of what has happened to his town.
So you don't want your town to like improve?
I mean, there is that delicate balance, though, because you do want to see a place, I would assume, that the
Grow.
place you grew up in, you want to see it thriving,
Right.
right? Like, you don't want to see it go to waste,
Go to Utica.
crap.
The phone number is 252-WCMF. All right.
What?
There are two things that could be happening here with Mark's letter. All right. Because I will agree with you. Everyone, as they get older, if they live in the same place, longs for what it used to be.
Yeah.
Right? And if we did a story in any town, the city of Rochester, Monroe County as a whole, we would get the same letter. Greece is not what it used to be.
I don't like change.
Pittsburgh, not what it used to be. WCMF, not what it used to be.
Well, that's true.
It's so easy
It used to be good.
to read Mark's letter as an old man and assume he's just rambling about days
But
gone
it
by.
kind of is.
But on the other hand,
What's the other
and
hand?
you know this is true,
But
Canandaigua is unique in one way. It wasn't that long ago. It was just a town surrounding a lake.
Mm-hmm.
Before owning lake property was ungodly expensive, which is only fairly recently.
yeah.
Before the Finger Lakes region, as you said, blew the F up in the tourism
The
department.
wine and all that good stuff.
I mean, look, we talk all the time about how Canandaigua has this weird mix of haves and have-nots. It
Yeah.
has a ton of wealthy people, and it has a ton of working-class people. And it does kind of feel like, again, I will say this as an outsider, take it with a grain of salt, the population of working-class folks in Canandaigua are leftovers from the past.
No, there's still. I mean, there's new working class people that live down there that have jobs.
Okay. I mean, are people moving in, or are those folks that have always been lifelong residents? Like, if I wanted to move into Canandaigua now, could I afford to?
Well, like, where do you want to live in Canandaigua? You want to live on the water? Yeah, you're going to pay. But if you want to live in a small off-lake suburb, I'm sure it's the same as any place else.
So a trailer is what you're saying?
No, a regular little house.
No, where, though? I'm asking sincerely.
They have your standard neighborhood.
No, I
outside.
get that.
What do you mean by where?
I guess where was the wrong question?
You were never going to be able to afford lakefront property, probably, since the 1960s.
Okay, no, I'm not. I don't want to live on the lake. I'm saying if let's say I get a job at a radio station in Canandaigua.
All right.
Big upgrade over here.
All right, so you're on the lake.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, the lake.
Can't afford it anymore.
And I want to buy just a house in the neighborhood. Am I going to spend more or less than I would in Monroe County, in the greater Rochester area, in a place?
Could it be that much more?
I'm asking a question. I don't know the answer
I mean, it probably is more. Only because it's probably more limited than other suburbs. There probably isn't as much available.
But that has nothing to do with the
right
upscale Main Street.
Well,
and by the way, that actual Main Street hasn't changed in forever.
Why don't you go look at the stores now?
It's the same. It's the same 5 and dimes.
It ain't.
What you got in there?
Alpaca.
Besides alpaca.
5 alpacas. China, from China. Chinese China.
You got that Eddie O'Brien's down there.
Yeah, no, I mean, I get
It's a sports bar.
Okay. There are places that have been there for a long time, but the places that are opening do tend to cater to folks with money. I'm just saying.
All right.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. By the way, Mark was not the only one that wrote us. We got some Facebook messages after we got off, but we'll get to those in a second. Folks have been waiting patiently. Mark writes us Hate Mail of the Week, talking about how Canandaigua didn't make this top 8 lake towns in New York. Mark does not care.
Yeah.
He says, I grew up in Canandaigua. I've lived my whole life in Canandaigua. The Canandaigua I knew is not the Canandaigua now. It's for millionaires.
You priced out the little man.
We can't afford to do anything here anymore. Jimmy's on CMF. Hey, Jimmy, how are you, buddy?
Yeah, listen, I saw a study that's like one of the most expensive lakes to live on in the United States, like the top 3. And I think he's right. I've done work with contractors down at some of these houses. You should see them going all the way into Gorham along the lake. I mean, it's amazing how it's been built up for the wealthy. I don't think he's wrong. I really don't. In fact, when I was looking for a house, I live in Henrietta now, which the taxes are reasonable compared to some towns. Canandaigua was even higher per thousand than like Pittsburgh to live as far as living in Canandaigua at the time. I agree with the guy. I mean, it's obvious.
Well, your ass was never going to move on to the lake in Canandaigua at any time in your life.
You're right, because I can't even afford OnStar. I mean, I'm talking to you on a flip phone.
Where his OnStar? If you need directions, let us know. We'll get you where you got to go, Jimmy.
Yeah. Either way, though, seriously, I even I'm not talking about right on the lake. There's some nice areas down there, on the lake. But I look at the property taxes; they're up there.
Okay.
I mean, I don't
Jimmy
know.
doesn't like the taxes. We talking to taxes?
Jimmy.
Hey, Jimmy.
Jimmy pays his bills.
Jimmy, I got to take some more calls, buddy. But thanks for the call, man. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, there goes OnStarless Jimmy. So I see you guys on hold. Sit tight. After we had this discussion 2 weeks ago about the list, Mark writes us this letter.
Yeah.
We also got Facebook messages from people after we got off the air. Julie wrote us, I don't know if Canandaigua is fun anymore because even though I live near there, we can't afford to do anything.
That's fun.
Kyle writes us, these lake towns are only good for one thing. Getting lunch there like twice a summer. Skinny Atlas, Canandaigua, Geneva, they all sell themselves as tourist places. Then when you look at what hotel rooms cost and the other parts of wine tours, you can't even think about going. Do you disagree with them?
I understand like the prices got up because it became more popular because people want to go down and enjoy it. You have something nice, people will come check it out.
But
it's kind of how it works.
But I get the frustration of being in a place your whole life, looking around and realizing it's not for me anymore.
But that's every place that becomes popular, man.
Kimmy, I mean, do you think these people have a point?
I mean, they know best. They grew up there, right? But I do wonder because you always remember things a certain way, and if let's say it hadn't changed at all, nothing about the town changed. But you change as a person. Would you still want to go to those same places that you went to growing up? Or would they even be the same as you remembered them growing up? Like, I don't know. I think things are supposed to evolve. I do understand that, like, when new stuff comes in and it's not even attainable, how that could be frustrating.
See, it's called nuance. You should Google it.
What about nuance?
It's like the old aunts, but new.
Oh, more nuance.
OnStar.
OnStar.
Because, like, there are places you loved going as a kid that you would not step foot in today, right?
No, you're right. You're absolutely right.
It was for me at that time, but it probably wasn't great for the area in general.
252 WCMF. You know, we were talking about the cost of living in Canandaigua. That's the
Too
picture.
much.
We're slammed with Jimmy's today.
Oh, I guess so.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to put like today. I'm not class. I'm like a Canandaigua resident. Jimmy 2 Electric Boogaloo's on CMF. Hey, Jimmy, how are you, buddy?
What's up, guys?
Yo.
So I feel that property values in the Finger Lakes overall have gone up, and property values across the United States have gone up. And one of the very big reasons I believe that is because of Airbnbs.
Okay, that's a decent point there.
That's a popular spot for those, for sure.
These properties have all been bought up by conglomerates, okay, and they are driving the price up. I purchased my house on Lake Ontario in Kendall, okay, in 2016. Property value today is 100% higher. Like, basically, it's double.
Okay, now, Jimmy, hold on.
Yeah,
let me
but you're
stop
a
you.
Kendall millionaire.
That's only having $17.
A Kendall-aire, they call them.
Jimmy, let me stop you, though, because, look, I understand that there are, like, corporations buying up Airbnbs. Locally, though, and we've looked into this because that's been an argument made, these are actually people that are just wealthy locally buying second and third homes to rent them out. So I think going back to Mark's point, it's folks that have money that are pricing out in the community folks that don't have money. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, and those people that have money are the ones buying it and putting it on Airbnb.
No, that's okay, but they're not like a conglomerate. You know what I mean? Like there's a difference there.
I understand that, but you have your big boys and then you have your small big boys.
Yeah, but
you know
it's
what I mean?
nice. But you're getting like shakedown, but it's local.
This local
Nice.
shake?
Yeah.
No, I mean, Jimmy, I feel your frustration. I agree with you, man. But
you know, everything has just gone sky high, and in my opinion, houses in Rochester wouldn't be that high in demand if there weren't so many that were being bought and thrown on the rental market.
So it's this goddamn free enterprise we got going on. That's what we got to nip in the bud, son.
That's right.
All right, Jimmy, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
That sounds like commie talk to me.
Man who owns a lake who owns a lake home advising communism.
Yeah.
Hey, you take something. All right, I guess the grand question here as we wrap this all up, and if you're on hold, I'm sorry, we've run out of time. I would love to keep talking to you, but, conglomerates and all. If these places have become so expensive, Canandaigua, let's stick with Canandaigua just because that's the one we know best. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Because It's bad if you're looking for something to do and you feel like you've been priced out of your hometown. That frustration is understandable. But, and I don't want to sound like a 1%er here, fact is, new businesses coming to town, they do create jobs.
Yes.
Right? I mean, there are chefs who get to stay close to Rochester when in the past they would have had to go to bigger cities to spread their wings.
Yeah.
Right? We've seen people come back in Canandaigua. There are waitstaff and bartenders who make more money selling more expensive stuff than they did 20 years ago. There are probably shop owners on Main Street who, if what Mark is saying is true, they're probably selling more.
Yeah, they get all this foot traffic.
And they get
high end.
And they get to open up shops they wouldn't have been able to 5-10 years ago.
So it's called, what's that word? Prosperity?
Well, no, but I mean.
But it is.
But here's the thing. But when it comes to prosperity, you are just picking up the crumbs of the ultra rich that are coming through.
But that's how it works.
Yeah, it doesn't have to.
And by the way, 50 years ago, people didn't want to come to this area. Now you're people that want to come from New York City to hang out here.
Sure,
That
sure.
wasn't happening 30, 40, 50 years ago. People thought this place was a dump.
I know, but going back to Kimmy's point that she made a second ago, that sounds great until all of a sudden you see some of the side
don't get
effects.
to enjoy it.
Exactly.
But the side effects you also benefit from, to your point.
Maybe.
Everybody's spending their money. They're throwing it around. Not everybody that works at that store is a millionaire, right?
What do you no? But that's
what
my
I'm saying. They're clerks. They
Yeah,
have
no,
jobs.
that's what I mean, but-
that's how it goes.
Okay. All right. Tommy is all for the 1%ers using stomp it all over our community, use
Right.
it as their playground.
And you can't stay here, but you can stay over there. Then you can come in here and service. That's how America started.
What?
Yeah. You come over here. You
Don't ask him to.
No, you're right.
bring me the food, but you got to live over there.
Okay.
And but then they get good, and they come in, and we shove the other people over there.
What the hell are you
It's-
talking?
We just keep pushing people around. That's America, baby. We push people around.
Let's take a break.
All right, get out of here.
You know, as we're talking,
Your shift's over. Go home.
as we talk about money,
Yeah.
this is one of the rare things that you would have to have a bunch of money to do,
Oh.
but will also save you a ton of money potentially in the long run.
So it's like a long-term investment, maybe?
It is definitely a long-term investment, especially for a guy like you, because let me tell you something, man. This would be a really cool experience.
Oh.
And apparently it's becoming more common because there's a bunch of articles that have been written about how to do it. But what sucks about this,
What?
as much as you would want to do it, even if you had the money,
Yeah.
I think you would automatically become a giant douche.
Oh.
Because you couldn't have this experience without bragging to everybody about
So
it.
you look like a dick.
You like whiskey, right?
You know, I love my whiskey every night.
How about a barrel full of whiskey?
Barrel.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. This is a thing?
What happened?
Well, it's a thing enough where there's articles now telling people how to do this.
All right.
Now, look, it would be ballin' as hell and even economical in the long term.
Great.
But it could also be a real douchebag move. Because here's the thing, man. If you did something like this, it would be such an experience, you would have to brag. And I don't know, even if it's a good idea, if you could tell someone you did this and not come off like a smug a-hole. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. In front of me, I have an article.
What does it say?
You ready for the title?
I'm ready.
Everything you need to know about buying a barrel of whiskey.
Damn.
Like
barrel.
the whole...
An actual barrel.
Yes, the whole
Big
barrel.
ass Jack Daniels barrel of whiskey.
Yeah, you got it. Whatever whiskey you're into.
Mm-hmm.
So according to this article, buying barrels of whiskey, like regular everyday people, has become more popular over the last few years.
Really?
And here's how it works. You go to a distillery. You walk through their barrel room, and you decide which barrel you will take home.
All right.
And there's a bunch of criteria they give you, how you can supposedly just look at a barrel or knock on it or smell it and figure out how good the whiskey inside's going to be. So they cannot sell you the whole like physical barrel to take home. There are laws in America that says they have to bottle it for you.
Oh, okay.
And every barrel of whiskey gives you a lot of whiskey. An American standard whiskey barrel.
How many bottles I go to get?
Around 200 bottles of whiskey.
That's 750 mil, like your standard?
Yeah, you got it.
Wait, how many?
200.
200.
Damn, that's like 2 months.
And here's the thing. This could be the cheapest way to get whiskey if you have a brand you swear by.
Yeah, you buy in bulk.
You got it.
It's the BJ's of barrels.
Alcohol experts say it can work out to 1/2 to 1/3 of the price you
Wow.
would be spending buying it retail by the bottle.
Yeah.
However, one, you'd be spending all of that money up front, and two, you need to have a place to put 200 bottles of whiskey.
Well, you can store it in your basement even, really, just in cases.
200.
Yeah.
That's way more than you think.
So you get...
Was it 6 to a case?
No. Oh, the standard bottles?
Yeah.
Probably 12.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, it's doubles.
Yeah,
Just
no, yeah. All right,
double
so
box
that's 10.
A lot.
It's like 15.
15 boxes of booze.
Where would you put
You
that?
got 15 boxes of crap in your basement. You can probably throw out, make room for something useful.
All right, Kimmy, can you do
Like
me
alcohol. Throw out the goddamn books you ain't reading.
I got the calculator ready. What do you need?
Okay, well, no, I
And
just
get
want,
rid of the calculator.
I wanted to know if you can Google give me a middle of the road American whiskey. Want to go with Jack Daniels?
Yeah, Jack Daniels is a quality brew.
Can you see if you can find what an American barrel, American standard whiskey barrel of Jack Daniels would cost, and if they sell those to consumers? Because I am curious how much I would have to invest up front. Because what? I mean, what's a bottle of Jameson cost right now?
The standard bottle is probably about $35.
All right, so that times 200 would be a lot of money. But
Thank you,
No, I'm
calculator.
just saying, man.
Where is that calculator? Yeah, all right.
Would you be down for something like this?
Oh, yeah. My wife would not be, but yes, I
Okay.
would be.
Because, I mean, the experience in itself
We'd have to
sounds-
throw out all that Christmas crap. I'm so done with religion.
But, like, just the experience of, like, walking through the distillery and picking out your barrel.
And I'd always have it there.
Yeah. You never have to go to the liquor store ever again.
Well, yes, I would.
Okay.
But not for a while.
I mean, it's like a once-in-a-lifetime kind of thing. It may also be something like you, a buddy or two, could go in on together.
Yeah, you could.
Right?
Yeah.
So fun guys trip to some distillery in Kentucky or something
Have
like that.
a barrel buddy.
But even if it's economical and it saves you time, buying a whole barrel of whiskey does seem like it could be a little, how do I say?
Alcoholish?
Well, that.
It's going to encourage you to
Further.
drink more because it's going to feel like it's unlimited.
Also that, because it would. But it does make it kind of douchey, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Because you have to show your buddies.
And you'd have to brag about the experience.
And I really don't want to, if you really want to be a douche, you don't want to keep it in boxes in the basement. You want to display it on a wall.
All of your whiskey bottles.
If you walk into a guy's house
Yeah.
and he's got 200 plus bottles of booze on the wall, that's pretty cool.
By the way, they do say there are also distilleries that once they empty the barrel, they will send you the barrel as well. So you could have the barrel that held the whiskey.
Oh,
that
it's,
you
it's
bought
like
it
the
from.
womb of your whiskey.
But like some guys say they make tables out of it and stuff like that.
So back a while ago, like that was like a big thing to buy whiskey barrels and turn them into smokers and tables. Yeah.
Yeah.
But even buying the whiskey barrel itself, empty barrel, is expensive.
Okay.
If you just want the barrel, you could pay a couple $100 for just the
Just the
barrel.
wood.
Yep.
Yeah.
Without-
Because we
okay.
used to sell them at the old Winn-Dixie I worked at.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, so you could buy. So I bought one, and here's the dumb thing I did as a kid. I just bought that condo, so I figured like if they were pretty cheap, right? So
Yeah.
I'll put my TV on it.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool, right?
Sure.
So I put it, and it was carpet on the bottom.
So
And
it's
it
sunk.
was this huge rust
Oh.
on my carpet
Gross.
that I had to replace because you couldn't get it out. They
right.
don't tell you these things.
Is it? Yeah, because who's an idiot that puts a whiskey barrel on carpet? You drunk?
Well, it was kind of new.
All right, 252 WCMF. Is there anyone listening that has had this experience? Because I had never heard of something like
To
this
buy
before.
bulk whiskey like that out of one single barrel.
Yeah, you got it. But it seems like this is becoming a popular way to get your alcohol.
Yeah.
Kimmy, do we have any price on what a American standard barrel of Jack Daniels would cost?
Okay. It says it generally starts at $10,000.
Oh!
Whoa!
Yeah, but it'll vary by barrel yield and local market price of product.
And that's for Jack Daniels? That's whiskey, period.
It says Jack Daniels.
Okay.
It says each barrel typically yields about 240 bottles.
That's a party.
Where does it say?
All right, Kimmy, can we
That's
divide?
a lot of Manhattan.
You said you had your calculator ready to go.
Yep.
Can we divide 240 bottles by $10,000? Because that doesn't seem like it would be economical, does it?
No.
But I'm bad at math, so
Are
I
these
could
bigger
be wrong.
bottles?
Oh,
$41.
$41 a bottle.
That sounds
Yeah.
about what you would
Yeah.
pay in
Yeah.
centuries.
So
Yeah.
maybe it's not the economic.
Right.
Maybe you're saving money if you're going to like a local distillery and doing something like
But
this.
you are getting a single batch of the bourbon. So instead
Yeah.
of like you're not getting a blended, it came out of one barrel.
Oh, maybe that's what it is.
So
Maybe you're right.
Yeah.
it's going to have more of a standard taste to it
Okay. Like I wonder if a place like Iron Smoke does something like this here in Rochester, where I can.
because they do it right there, right?
Yeah. I mean, they distill it here in
Right.
Rochester. So I wonder if I walked in Iron Smoke if I could buy a barrel of whiskey.
He'd probably have a big smile on his face.
Yeah, no kidding. All right. So let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
As we talk about this experience of buying an entire barrel of whiskey,
Mm-hmm.
having 200 to 240 bottles of whiskey in your house,
Coolest guy on the block.
is Whiskey Guy just as annoying as Wine Snob Guy is now?
I think the rise of the whiskey guy, yes.
Okay.
Like my dad was a whiskey drinker his whole life, but he didn't really care what whiskey he was drinking.
Gotcha.
Like it's become more of a refined wine thing now.
Well, like when your dad was drinking whiskey, and even when I was a kid,
There was only standard whiskeys.
just a handful.
right.
Like now there are thousands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you listen to Whiskey Guy, every whiskey has their own personalities and times which to enjoy them, and
Right.
different drinks that call for different flavors. It's a lot. It's a lot to deal with when
Yeah.
Whiskey Guy gets going. And like a guy like you, Tommy, who likes whiskey, you got your standard whiskey.
Yeah.
You're into whiskey, and you're not even into all the
No.
stuff Whiskey Guy wants.
I
to
told
talk
you
about.
my brother collected bourbon for years, all these rare bourbons, and he must have had hundreds of them in the house. And my wife goes to him, "What's your favorite?" He goes, "Well, I don't drink them. I just collect them."
Oh.
She goes, "Tommy would have this thing wiped out in a month
Why can't you get over the fact that he just likes collecting?
I
them
because
all?
it's such a dick thing.
Yeah,
They
but-
show you whiskeys. What's your favorite one? Well, I don't drink them. It'd be like a car. It'd be like going to Jay Leno's car garage, but he never drove a car.
Well, does he share them? Or
No,
he just,
he doesn't open
Oh,
them.
so he doesn't know. Oh,
They are just
because I can understand
collector's
having a
items.
variety if other people want to try it.
No, none
that's
of that.
weird.
He just collects them, doesn't open, and then wants to like trade them as like an investment.
How long ago did you start doing this?
Probably 10 years.
Genius, because like whiskey,
Yeah.
he made
Yeah,
a great
really-
investment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what these older whiskeys go for
Yeah.
now. I mean, okay, Tommy. It feels like guys backed into snobdom with the whiskey that is available now. Like we didn't even know what happened to us. Like all of a sudden, we went from like I like whiskey to being a guy that people were avoiding at parties.
But this whiskey guy started out as something else
What's that?
20 years ago.
What was he?
Cigar guy.
Ooh.
So cigars
Oh.
blew up like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And then people started pairing your cigars with your booze.
Okay.
So cigar guy, after a while, found out wife doesn't like you smoking cigars in the house or you coming home smelling like cigars. So cigars kind of went away and the whiskey stayed.
That's a good take.
That's the morph.
That's a really good take. Although, I mean, if we're going to talk about a liquor that has a smell, I mean, whiskey's got a pretty strong smell.
Yeah.
True, but you
but-
don't. But cigar guy coming home at night, you
Yeah.
just reek of cigars.
Yeah, you're right. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about this article yesterday. Apparently, it's becoming more common for people to buy entire barrels of whiskey until we found out that they can cost $10,000.
God damn.
But in that barrel, whatever you're spending for it, you get 200 to 250 200 to 250 bottles
Yeah.
of whiskey, and they bottle it for you. They can't sell you the barrel with the whiskey in it, but they will sell you the barrel after it's empty, so you get all this stuff in your house. It would be a hell of an experience. You go pick out the barrel you want for yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, if you had 5 buddies go in, $2,000, that's still steep. Nope.
It's a lot of money
So-
up front. Yeah, that's upfront money.
Yeah.
And you're going to be buying other booze.
Do you
Yeah.
Do you also have to like store this in a specific way?
No, that's the great thing about whiskey. It's not like wine. It's
Like,
not
but-
very temperamental.
We got to
when
keep it
it's
out
in
of the
the-
sun.
Yeah, but when it's in the barrel, though, does the barrel have to be?
You don't get the barrel.
Yeah, you don't get the barrel.
bottle.
They bottle it for you. You can't have the barrel. It's
I thought
illegal.
you got the barrel.
You get the barrel
I thought that was
empty.
what. Okay.
The empty barrel comes.
I see.
Yeah,
I
like
see, I see.
wine's pretty temperamental. I don't think whiskey's the same.
Okay. Remember we were talking about douchebags a second
Mm-hmm.
ago? Did you just say wine is pretty temperamental?
It is. It can't take any extreme.
In a shacket and a ribbed turtleneck sweater,
I know what
you
I speak.
looked me in the face and said wine is
You
pretty
forgot the shoes.
temperamental. I'm not even looking at your shoes after
And my pattern socks.
temperamental.
But you know what I mean.
No, I don't. I don't
I
know
mean,
how
there's a reason why like whiskey was enjoyed by pioneers and not wine. It wouldn't keep.
Okay.
So that's why they drank whiskey, and they also
Okay.
thought the water was dirty.
Now he's doing history
Wine
of
history,
wine.
or,
No
yeah.
big deal.
Let me explain to you the history.
By the way, did any of it sit around long enough to go bad, anyways?
Not in my house.
Do you judge a guy that doesn't have a go-to brand of whiskey?
That's a drinker.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, especially if you're my age. You're pretty product loyal, don't you think? I mean, you get kind of locked into what you like.
I mean, I would think even by the time you hit 30, you're pretty loyal.
I mean, when I started like figuring out what I liked, I kind of zeroed in. That's why it always bothered me. Like when I would go out drinking with a guy, well, what are you drinking?
Yeah.
Like,
Well, I can
It's still
understand
weird
though.
that bothers you.
but that's weird.
You're weird.
Like if I went out drinking with your dad, who's been a drinker his whole life,
Yeah.
and he wasn't locked in onto a brand, I would find that weird.
No, but I'm
No,
fine.
but I can understand why they'd ask you that because they don't want you to judge what they're drinking. Like, let's say they drink a lower end whiskey, and if you're like you're kind of a whiskey snob, I would say, well, I'll have what you're having, so you don't judge me.
Yeah,
for
man,
my
I get
taste.
that. And you bring up my dad and her dad. Our dads are up for whatever has alcohol in it.
Yeah, he's gonna mix it with Coke anyways.
Oh.
Hey, oi, oi,
Oh.
oi. No good.
I'm jumping on the snob train with
Yeah.
Tommy now. Well, no, because, I mean, it used to be the way you had your standard whiskey and you drank it all the
Yeah.
time, right? But now, I mean, you can walk into somebody's house who likes whiskey,
Yeah.
and it's way more likely they have a selection.
Yeah, like these regional bourbons and stuff like
Exactly. And then they'll also have tiers depending on who they're serving in their house. That was a wine move.
that. Oh yeah,
It's
But
now
that's
a
where they
whiskey
got
move.
it from.
By the way, there's nothing more insulting than like when you're at somebody's house and like, would you like a glass of whiskey? And I go, sure. And they walk over to their bar or like where they keep it, and like they put their hand up and then they move it down to the middle shelf.
Oh yeah,
Like,
you're a middle shelf guy.
I'm not top shelf whiskey guy. I am a guest in your home, you douchebag.
So now they do these pairings too, like these restaurants.
Mm-hmm.
They do these whiskey nights, and what pairs well, like what food with whiskey. That's a scam, man.
I agree with you.
The only thing that goes well with whiskey is an arrest and a cigarette.
Can we talk about that?
Yeah.
Because I have met guys who are like, well, if you're going to eat this, to your
Yeah.
point, you have to. I can't eat and drink whiskey at the same
I don't.
time.
I
Oh,
can't eat and
It
drink.
doesn't pair with anything.
Well,
I can't have a cocktail with dinner.
Really?
Oh, yeah, I'm with them.
No.
I mean,
I have a
Like
drink.
if you're out to eat, you don't drink.
No, I'll have a drink even at home. Like if we have cocktails around 4 and we're gonna eat by 5:30,
Yeah.
I'll finish that drink.
Oh.
I'm gonna eat and then I'll go back to drinking.
Yeah.
I don't drink. Yeah.
The food ruins the
It
drink.
can, yeah, it's both. They don't work.
I'm glad that we agree on that.
Yeah.
Because like when I see people do that,
Yeah.
where they'll mix like a drink
Yeah,
with
because
dinner.
I thought like certain foods went with
Nah.
different liquors.
No, that's a scam. It's a total scam.
And no story.
Okay.
It's
Have you ever tried?
It's a scam.
Have you ever tried like a pairing?
No, it doesn't appeal to me.
What does it matter? Sucks.
I think it would affect both.
Maybe you'll like it.
One would affect the other.
Well, you eat
They wouldn't pair.
I don't know.
scrambled eggs and whiskey.
I'm not a
Oh
chef.
God.
Like I'll have a beer maybe every once in a while if I'm out having like a burger and fries
Yeah.
or something like
But
that.
even that, I'll probably finish the beer, then
Really?
go in and eat.
Beer?
Yeah.
That's like the most basic American combination is
Yeah.
a beer and a hot dog.
No, but I prefer beer and hot dogs different. They
Pat
go well
goes for the hot dog first. Then he completely forgets about the beer.
the only junk
Maybe
food,
later to get the taste out of his mouth.
the only junk food you eat, you have one hot dog once a year.
Yes.
Shut up, you bitch. All right, maybe you don't want to spend $10,000.
No.
Oh, by the way, I do want to read this. I'm sorry.
What?
Before we move on, at Vex Patriarch writes it. At Vex Patriarch writes us. You are getting cask strength whiskey.
Cask strength.
It will run proof at about 100+ proof. They usually dilute it down to 80 proof for selling, so you nailed it.
So you get a higher
So
proof.
it's stronger.
So
maybe a smoother blend.
yeah, so you are spending maybe the same per bottle, but it's going to be
Better
whiskey.
taste, yeah.
there you
All
go.
right.
All right, so there we go. We've
All right.
decided we're going to
On alcoholism.
barrel of whiskey. All right. Let's say you want to go out and have something fancy.
Oh yeah.
Red Lobster is fancy without being too fancy.
Yeah.
Right? You get some food you don't normally get, at least
But
that's
you
how
can
it
go
used to
top
be.
shelf.
You can. They're bringing something back.
The Lobster?
Actually, yes, you nailed it. However, a promotion like this is what put them into bankruptcy in the
Oh,
first
they're
place.
trying it again?
Well, they're going to try it new.
How?
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. They're going to try it again.
What are they going to do?
They're going to do it a little bit different because they know that when you tell someone you can have all the stuff you want, you're going to come in. But that is, at least according to them, is what buried them in the first place.
But they're going to, why?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. We'll jump right into it. It's been a rough run for Red Lobster the last couple of years. They were put into bankruptcy. They were bought up by a larger chain, or larger like conglomerate.
Yeah.
And they closed some stores along the way. For example, the Red Lobster in Henrietta no longer operating. The Red Lobster in Greece still open. And they want people to come back to Red Lobster.
So what are they going to lure me in with?
They are bringing back Lobster Fest.
Lobster Fest.
And they say this will be the best Lobster Fest ever. In fact, they're calling it Gloat, greatest lobster of all time.
Damn. So what do I get with my lobster?
So you can choose.
Besides lobster.
Well, you got lobster. You can choose in a whole bunch of different combinations.
Okay, how it's prepared?
Yeah, exactly. For example, you can mix and match up to 3 lobster entrees. Think of it as the tour of Italy at Olive Garden.
Oh.
If I'm not mistaken, at one point at least, Olive Garden and Red Lobster were owned by the same company.
I did not know that.
Yeah. So anyway, now this is a debatable topic because Red Lobster claims the reason they went into bankruptcy in the first place was because of the last endless shrimp promotion they ran.
Yeah, the shrimp buried them.
You got it. That they underestimated how many
how much shrimp
per customer they would be selling, and they said they lost somewhere in the realm of like $10 to $20 million.
God damn.
Now, when I say that's debatable, there is also the whole issue of like conglomerates buying them up and chopping things.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So, but because of the debacle with the endless shrimp, whether or not it bankrupt them, they will be putting guardrails on this Lobster Fest promotion.
So it's limited.
Yes. It looks like it will be limited to 3 lobster entrees. You won't be able to just keep getting plates of lobster.
It's not unlimited.
Because I told you, that's what almost killed my dad. Legitimately.
What do you mean almost killed him?
So my dad was in a nursing home, so that Red Lobster was running one of these lobster specials, and they were like the whole Maine lobsters. You can get like, and I think it was like all you can eat for a price, whole Maine lobsters, claws and all.
Okay.
So he tells my brother, I want to go down and do it. So they go down on a Sunday, and Sundays at Red Lobster in the South, it is packed. Everybody just coming home from services, right? Mass, church, whatever. It's packed in there. Everybody's in their finery. Here comes my mom and dad from the nursing home. My dad and mom are both in wheelchairs. My brother and my sister-in-law wheeling them in. They sit down, and my father puts on a clinic.
Bibs on, ready to go.
Bib on. He is pounding lobsters, and he's pounding Manhattans.
Okay.
My old man would drink a double bourbon Manhattan with an extra shot of vermouth on the side.
Kimmy, they call that a Muley Manhattan clam chowder.
Yes. Well, clam chowder you speak of. So he's pounding these Manhattan. My old man can drink like by the way, that's like 4 drinks.
Okay.
3-4 drinks, right? He can pound 6 to 8 of those things.
Oh my God.
At a sitting at a lunch, all right? Pounding lobsters. So at one point he's done. And he sits back like some robber baron in the 1920s, right? Oh my God, this is
Oh, no.
He proceeds in the middle of a high Sunday packed house. He turns into this Greek fountain of lobster in Manhattan out and splatters all over the table, hitting people on the side.
Oh.
There's kids and stuff. He gets sick all over the place. The best part is he didn't leave.
Wait, he kept eating?
He wanted to finish his drink. My brother goes, no, we got to go. He also said, hey, you know, if they had just been to Mardi Gras a while back, so they had Mardi Gras beads on them, he wanted to hand out Mardi Gras beads to people.
Full of vomit?
Full of vomit.
Oh,
and my brother goes, no, man, we got to get out of here. We got to get out of here now. But they, back then, you could just continually eat lobster for like one price.
That wouldn't like ruin lobster for everybody in the restaurant after that.
Ruin just eating.
Okay, so for that reason, Limited Lobster Fest also sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. As we talk about Red Lobster bringing back Lobster Fest under this new conglomerate that owns them to try and bring people back in, I think you can make the argument that we don't really need Red Lobster anymore. Not that it's not a fine establishment.
Where else are you getting seafood?
All right, there was a time.
Was it at Lobster Time?
Thank you. Where the only place you could get stuff like this in most communities outside of, like, you know, the coastal U.S. was Red Lobster.
But who's pushing lobster besides that around here?
Look, even now the smallest of grocery stores can sell you lobster.
You can buy they got the live tanks.
Yeah, and not only that,
you
but
have to know what you're doing in the kitchen.
It's not hard to cook lobster.
It's not, but I think a lot of people might be a little bit scared of that. Not ever
Killing
doing
something
it before.
live. boiling it to death.
No,
Yeah.
but they'll sell you like the lobster tail that's already all cut
Yeah.
up and ready to go. Like it is not. It's expensive.
You can get lobster, yeah.
But it's not hard to do. It's not hard to prepare. I mean, think about all the
But you're
hoops.
not getting all the sides and the biscuits.
You're right.
You
You're
can
right.
buy the biscuits, though, at Wegmans.
You can. You can.
Yeah, they never come out the same.
It's true.
It's not good.
But I don't know where else I could sit down and eat lobster at a reasonable price around here.
Okay, and that's, I mean, I
That's
don't know.
where-
I mean, Kimmy, you can also attest, like, a lot of these hipster restaurants will sell you all kinds of lobster
Yeah,
dishes.
but to his point, it's not as affordable in most cases as it is.
And I
at
gotta
a
go to
Red
the
Lobster.
weird restaurants where you eat, where it's like you gotta park over here, walk over
And
there.
you're probably getting smaller portions.
Everybody's speaking a different language. I don't know what the hell's going
What
on.
the hell are you talking about?
Hit the menu. I don't even understand.
You mean the distillery?
Yeah,
Where
that
they'll sell
place.
you lobster mac and cheese?
That's not the same.
That's one of the
we're
dishes
talking-
they're offering.
But we're talking like full-on seafood menu.
What Italian restaurant do you go to where you can't get shrimp or lobster linguine?
You can get that, but like to get like a steamed whole lobster.
Okay.
I don't think there's many places at all where you can get that around.
But I don't know how many people are buying steamed whole lobster. I think the reason why they do this promotion now is because they know people don't want to see the bug on their plate.
Oh,
They
yeah.
just want the meat in whatever they're eating.
Give me the meat.
Because, I mean, lobster, shrimp, they are bugs.
Yeah, they're
Shrimps
bugs.
is bugs.
Yeah, these bugs.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm fine with it. They're delicious bugs. But, I mean, it is a little jarring when they put that whole lobster on your plate.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's so good.
I agree.
That big ass claw meat. I love me some claw meat.
Sweet like claw meat.
Sweet as your lips, darling.
Past that,
Yeah.
who's got lobster money right now?
Oh.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
serious question. Budgets are tight. Lobster dinner, even at Red Lobster, is a luxury
Right, yeah.
dinner
Yeah, I
item.
mean it's always
Every-
been, but lobster's always been a top shelf item. It's never been like, oh, lobster, yeah, pretty cheap.
Well,
it
I
ain't
mean-
like a can of tuna.
Well, no, I mean, you do go to some places where the lobster is legitimately cheap.
Yeah, but you're kind of close to the coast.
Yeah, I get you. I get you. But, like, I mean, that's the one cool thing about traveling for a living is you can go get a lobster dinner for like $12.
Yeah, you want to go to Cape Cod and eat next to JFK Jr. He's going to tell you don't eat it.
Not JFK Jr.
Yeah, RFK Jr. Which JFK we got?
How far into the ocean are we going to see JFK Jr.?
Yeah, but he's really close. He can get you the good ones. Probably something hanging off him.
Oh, my God. Okay.
I got the wrong Junior.
Look what you did, you monster.
What?
That joke was your fault.
Oh, that's not a bad joke. One of them JFK, RFKs.
K's, FKs. One of them
FK.
FKs.
Yeah.
How about that?
One of them juniors.
Let's take a break. Okay, speaking of money,
What?
I want this to be a lesson to everybody listening.
What's that?
You and only you know your finances.
Yeah.
And when it comes to not spending money on something extravagant,
Mhm.
you need to trust your gut.
Yeah.
Because there's a man who came on the radio last week, and he told a story about how he grossly underestimated the price of something for his daughter.
Yeah.
And when he found out the price, he had to find a way to back out of it, and he was embarrassed, but he was going to back out of it because he wasn't going to spend that money.
Gotcha.
And that handsome, bearded, smart man on Friday who told this story to everyone listening was lit up.
Oh.
Both his friends in the room with him told him he was being a chintz-ass bitch and that his
Yeah.
daughter deserved this. Then they took phone call after phone call of everyone calling him a bitch and says he needs to do this and he's being a bad father.
Yeah.
And that got to this smart, bearded, handsome man.
Yeah.
And he decided to do something that he did not want to do in the first place. And as soon as that happened,
Yeah, what happened? Probably everything went great.
it could not have gone worse. It could not have gone worse because
I imagine that.
the price of this
Yeah.
on its own was obscene. What added to it less than 24 hours later,
But there was an upcharge?
There's always more.
I hate you guys so much.
Why was there an upcharge?
I wasn't on this.
Oh.
Life was an upcharge, brosive. I argued this was going to happen, and you go, no.
Well, you got lobstered?
You ever spend $500 in 24 hours on not one thing when you were forced to?
No, because usually prostitution. I never went back for seconds.
I'm going to tell you a story.
Good. I love a good story.
Going to get into it next here in the break room on CMF. You and only you know your financial situation.
Yeah.
You know what should and can be spent.
Mm-hmm.
You know what is best for your bank account and your family.
Yeah.
And you should never let anyone pressure you into doing something that doesn't feel right for your finances.
Yeah. Don't let other people spend your money.
Yeah, learn that one the hard way.
What happened?
Over the weekend. Because after you two and a bunch of listeners lit my ass up for doing what I thought was the responsible thing, I did something I should not have done.
Oh.
And within 24 hours, I paid for it.
Oh.
Both literally and figuratively.
What happened?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into it. If you missed it, last Friday I told you guys a story about a tennis racket.
Yeah.
So my youngest started playing tennis about a year ago, and she stuck with it, and she loves it, and she takes these group classes. And her teacher pulled me aside and told me she needs a bigger racket.
Yeah, coach says you got to step up.
Yeah. So not only did he tell me she needs a bigger racket, he told me he could order it through a pro shop he's connected to.
He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he'd just bring it in the next week, right? So the racket she has now, I got at Dick's for like $30.
Yeah.
And I am not of the tennis world. I don't know what stuff's supposed to cost. So I assumed bigger racket. The word pro shop was going to be a little bit of an upcharge. So I figured let's double the cost. I'm expecting
double the cost, Mike Muley.
Like $100.
I thought $60 to $70 is what I thought it was going to cost, right? So I go, sure, we'll take it, thank you. And he gets on his phone and he's like, okay, that'll be $240.
Hey, play to play.
Okay. I did not expect that much money.
Yeah.
Play to play, Kimmy.
Pay to play.
Play to play.
Play to play.
Plato's Closet. I didn't expect to pay $240. I also did not want to spend that money without consulting my wife, but I didn't know how to get out of it.
And your daughter's right there.
No, she was playing tennis at the time. She wasn't standing there.
With that chintzy racket.
I, however, had already agreed to buy it, and I didn't know how to back out with this 25-year-old kid who already sold it to me.
Yeah.
So to get out of it, I just said, I panicked, and I was like, mortgage this month.
Mortgage.
And he's like, so you don't want it?
I'm going to put this on pause for now.
Right.
So I said,
circle back?
Yes. I said, no, I don't want it. And I told that story. I thought it was way too much money for a tennis racket. And I told you, and you guys crushed me.
Step up and get the kid the racket she needs to play.
I was going to say, I kind of thought this was just going to be your norm now because, again, your other daughter plays hockey. You know how expensive that could be.
Yeah.
I kind of figured you would
This is a
pony up
bargain.
for, the one thing that your daughter needs to play.
Okay, so to that point, we then go to the phones, Kimmy, and everybody kills me there.
Yeah.
And everybody said I was being cheap. You argued the hockey point with my other daughter.
And those are great points.
Yeah.
You're cheap and your daughter plays hockey.
Shut up. So I go home, I take my nap. I was thinking about it all day.
Good.
Right? And I decided, you know what? You guys are right.
Yeah, invest in your daughter.
So that night, Friday night, I emailed her coach.
Yeah.
And I go, listen, we'll take it. He emails me back right away. He goes, okay. I send him the money via like one of them Cash App
Yeah,
thingies.
so you pull the trigger, you're good.
Her new racket's on the way. Pricey, but it's only fair based on the points you guys
And she's
made.
going to light up when she sees it.
You're right. So I'm $240 on Friday night in the hole for a new tennis racket. Let's flash forward to Saturday.
Saturday's a different day.
Thank you.
Whatever.
My oldest, the hockey player, she's got a game in Buffalo. She's playing great in this game. She's getting after it, man. And she goes into the corner with another girl after a puck. Her stick got caught in a gap in the boards of this old-ass community rink in Depew.
Okay.
And because she is a tenacious corner-playing hockey player, she didn't want to lose a puck battle. So she went to yank her stick out of the gap that it got caught in and snapped the stick.
Ooh. Oh, man.
She broke the stick 18 hours after I just spent $240 on this racket.
Imagine that. Hey, what are you going to do?
You shut up. So here's where it gets worse.
What?
So I had told you guys that my daughter wanted a $400 stick in the off season, and I would not spend that much money on her on this stick. So the stick that she has, I got for $170 in an off-season sale.
Right.
Great deal.
Yeah.
The state playoffs are in 2.5 weeks. Her team qualified for it.
That's what everybody's talking about.
Okay, I mean, it's a big deal for these girls.
Yeah.
She needs the same stick, so she's not getting used to a new stick as this is happening.
Okay.
I had to go online to find this stick.
Yeah.
Same one. And when it was all said and done, with tax and shipping, the stick cost me $300.
Oh, you're getting boned, bro.
I would have just bought her a nice new stick.
It is a nice new stick.
Well, I'm saying
That's what it
Oh, I
costs.
thought this
it's
was like
the
an
same,
older version
no,
or
it's
something.
the same stick. I mean, I don't know what it is. She needs that stick.
Well, you should have thought that racket thing through a little bit more. You know?
Well,
You
no,
know?
I mean,
No, I mean, you shouldn't have spent all that money.
well, no, because
Oh,
we're talking two separate people here.
Okay.
So just because your daughter broke the hockey stick doesn't mean your other daughter gets less.
Yeah, because she didn't break
Yeah.
anything.
I understand.
Yeah, I know what you mean,
Yet.
like budget wise.
Okay.
But
All right, listen.
But, no tennis rackets should celebrate a second birthday.
Shut up. Because I decided to listen to you two
Yeah.
and everybody that
What are you
called,
listening to me for?
in less than 24 hours,
Yeah.
I spent over $500 on youth sports equipment.
Yeah.
I hate both of you so
Why?
much, and thank
you
God.
did the right thing.
Shut up.
But what were you going to... All right, so...
Oh, by the way, you want to talk about two separate people? You want the ass kicker?
Sure.
That's the first stick my daughter's ever broken, and she broke it less than 18 hours after I spent the money
Yeah,
on the
what are-
rack.
what are the-
Timing's off, but
What are the odds? But let me ask you this. Let's say... What racket did you want to get your daughters? Because you thought there were $60
Yeah, you didn't-
rackets out there. There ain't.
Yeah, no, there
So-
are. I could go. I'll show them to you.
But you would probably be in the same boat. It's not
That's just
enough,
bigger racket.
it's not enough racket for her
No,
at her stage.
No. You don't know this. I don't know this. How do you know this? I don't know this.
Because I used to play tennis.
My ass. You went and ate pizza with your ex-wife who you hated.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, you talk to people? No, but I mean, like, what were you going to do? Get, like, a middle-of-the-road racket?
Yes. Why would I not
Then you
do
get
that?
a middle-of-the-road tennis player. And that's not what we're shooting for here.
She has fun. She's out there having
This kid was
fun.
at the U.S. Open last year. People were talking about
They
it.
won a
I saw her on-
contest.
I saw her on TV.
Okay.
Walking by.
Shut up. There's a lesson here.
Yeah, don't listen to people.
Well, don't listen to you.
Don't listen to anybody.
and you did get advice on both sides because I
Right.
remember guys calling in telling you that your kid doesn't need
Cheap
the best of
daddies.
the best to be good at their sport. I
Mhm.
mean, you were getting both
One
arguments.
guy. I got one
No,
guy.
I think there were two.
Out of the 10 calls we took, hey, Duff,
I'm
you
just
cheap ass
saying.
bitch. Oh, you're the worst father ever. Oh, you love one daughter more than the other. Here's the lesson.
What's that?
When it comes to the money you have
Yeah.
and the money you're willing to spend on whatever it is, you and only you know the appropriate way to spend it.
Yeah.
Because when money, specifically how you spend your money comes up with friends and family,
Yeah.
they are awfully loose in the ass with your wallet.
That's true.
They'll always tell you, spend the money.
Life's short. You can't take it with you.
Not going to live forever.
That's right.
You deserve X. Your spouse and kids deserve Y.
Life's short, buddy. Enjoy.
But what's funny about those friends
Mhm.
who want to spend your money for you, if you end up in a pinch because you took their advice, they ain't there to help you out.
Yeah.
Like you two aren't going to help me cover the cost of this racket,
I
the
get
one
it.
that you said I had to get for my kid.
Well,
even
I'm just
after
saying, if you're going to even it out, daughter to daughter, you got to do both.
I mean,
you
look,
can't just like spend on one activity and not the other.
the fact of the matter is, the reason I went and bought that racket is because of what you guys said.
Oh, don't blame us.
No, it's true. I would not have done it.
Drive you to the place to go pick up the racket.
I would not have bought that racket had you two not lit me up. So I
But
think
you
it's,
didn't see the sense in spending that kind of money on a tennis racket because you have no interest in tennis.
That's not true.
You've been crazy about
Preach.
hockey since I've
Not
known you as
true.
a kid. You've loved the Sabres and the Amherst,
true.
and you've been skating your whole life. So like you have an interest, so you see the value in
No.
a hockey stick. You see no value in a tennis racket.
Not true. Because I did not.
Kind of true.
No, here's why.
Going
Here's
home,
why.
enjoyed it.
Oh, you're going home what?
CMF.
For more bad.
No, I'm right, man.
No, you're not right. I was forced to buy this specific stick because she can't get a new stick.
But you bought her the stick in the first place.
That was $170. Now it's $300.
Yeah.
yeah.
But that's the way it goes. They probably make them in Canandaigua. Big stick capital down there. Very expensive.
Stick it. Oh, you know what else?
What?
My oldest, my 14-year-old.
Yeah.
So she breaks the stick on Saturday. She's got her backup stick that she finishes the game with. She bitches about her backup stick the whole ride home. And I'm trying to be cool because I know that I'm going to spend this money and I'm about to go off like a goddamn car alarm on the way home. Last night she's got practice. She comes home. Oh, my backup stick sucks.
Yeah.
When's my new stick coming? I need to find another stick before my...
Well, you didn't overnight it?
You giggle again. I'm going to burn this building to the
Well, no,
ground.
she's in the middle of this playoff drive, man.
And she had
And
practice.
She's got to go to practice.
She had one. It's today. It's coming to the house today. She had one practice that she had to use her backup stick. I just spent $300 on a new stick, and she's got the nerve to look me in the face and go, "Oh, my backup stick's no good."
Bro, for an extra $1, you could have had it there in 12 hours.
Shut up. 252 WCMF. 252-9263. After I shared with you guys that I thought a $240 tennis racket for my 12-year-old was way too much money.
You're rich for my blood.
All of you guys and everybody that called lit
Back
my
in my
ass
day,
up.
we played with an old frying pan.
Called me a bad father, said I was being cheap. So after taking all of your advice and thinking about it, I said, you know what? You're right. My 12-year-old, I'm going to do this for her. Write to the coach, spend the money on Friday night. Less than 18 hours later, my daughter, my oldest, breaks a stick.
That's how life goes.
In her hockey game, $300. In 18 hours, I spent $540
That's
on
like
youth.
cocaine money.
Shut up.
They say sticks breaking threes.
Right, true.
All right, I'm going to tell you this right now, Kim.
That's true.
If she breaks another stick before this state
But it
tournament.
wouldn't even be her fault. I mean, it does happen.
No, I know it wasn't her
You
fault.
know what I
Violent
mean?
game.
It's your fault. It's not. No, it's your fault.
It's
You
our
guys
fault
did
that your
this.
daughter broke her hockey
Yes,
stick.
because you did
She
this.
plays aggressively, which you're supposed to do.
Shut up.
Yeah, she's getting after it. According to you.
Into
You
that
gotta
old-
dig it out of the boards,
Bro,
man.
I wanted to find the guy that it's just the pube. It's like a community rink. I wanted to find the guy that ran that rink. See that hole? Give me $300. Christine's on CMF. Hey, Christine, how are you?
Pat, it's how much is in your basement in all of your jerseys?
Sell a few of those.
How much do you buy? Have you ever bought like more than $30 in jerseys at the time?
Never.
You liar.
Jesus, come on.
Sell something in your basement.
I love this. I love this argument. Oh, do you have joy? Get rid of it.
You have a lot of joy, though.
You have a lot of joy you
know-
don't use.
You have joy you forget about.
You have boxes of joy you don't open.
Like the joy I forgot about having in this room as of Friday.
There's been never joy in this room.
Got that?
you know what?
There's been never joy in this room.
Yeah.
Go.
But
Times,
you know-
live, love, laugh life, joy, time,
Hey, don't
go.
take it out on me.
Shut up.
Because I use cheap words.
You know what's going to happen when either daughter take the new equipment that Pat bought them
Well, yeah.
and they rock and win the game? He's going to go, "Yup, I bought that racket. Yup, I bought that."
Yeah, that's what
stick.
parents
It
yell.
wasn't for
I
me."
bought that racket. What a stupid take.
Well, you would feel like your
No,
investment
it's-
paid off.
No, it's not, because you will be the first one to stand up and go, "Well, she wouldn't have won if I didn't buy her that new stick."
I
And
would
you
not. I
know it.
don't think any of this really matters, to be honest with you, Christine. Whether it's, look, I want my daughters to be successful. If they win championships, that's awesome for them. If they don't, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter. And I also know as a hockey player that the stick doesn't really matter.
But you don't want to turn into a price
It does
tag.
if it's not broken.
Oh, my
The
God.
stick matters if it's intact. The stick won't. The stick does matter. If you break the stick isn't going to work, right?
Thank you. Thank
So the
you,
stick does
Dr.
matter.
Christine. I'm going to hang up on you now. Have
But
a
you're
good
gonna
rest of the
you're
day.
gonna turn into a price tag dad.
Yes, what's wrong with being price tag dad?
Because like your daughters are just gonna mock you. Like, do they already do impressions of you around the house? Because it's got to be priceless.
Yeah, they do, actually. But they do impressions of me like you do impressions of me, so I think they got it from the show.
Oh, oh, you're welcome.
This sounds like something that's going to come up in therapy later in life.
No, see,
What?
you know,
What, my dad
da-
loves me?
My dad gave me a hard time about buying a stick, but I also watched his $300 custom Buffalo Bills jersey get delivered straight to the door a
First
day
of all,
later.
It's also going to be in graduation speeches and wedding speeches.
Okay,
they're going to work in your chintz ass.
I did not complain about the price of the stick nor the price of the racket to my children. I only do it into a microphone so the rest of Rochester can hear.
And they know. They know.
I'd like to thank everybody for coming to the wedding today, but Jesus Christ, the cake, $400.
Oh, I invited Mike you late to the wedding?
Goddamn Betty Crocker, was she living in Hawaii?
The other thing I can't shake right now,
What's that?
252 WCMF,
Well,
as
nothing, because you lost weight.
Shut up.
Back in the day, you shook all over. Flappy boy.
again,
Flappy
after,
jeans, no money. Tight jeans, no money.
after you guys convinced me to spend $240 on a tennis
'Cause you're
racket,
tight.
and 18 hours later I had to replace a stick for $300 that my daughter broke in Buffalo. If you have kids,
Yeah.
at every point in your kid's life, you have a moment where you think, doesn't get any more expensive than this. Then you pay for childcare when they're young, and you long for the days that bill doesn't show up anymore, and it saves a ton of money. And then they start with their sports or activities. You think, wow, this is ridiculous. It doesn't get any worse than this. And then they hone in on one thing, and they want to spend most of their time doing that. And then somehow it gets more expensive, and you think, wow, it doesn't get any more expensive than this. Then comes high school and dances and formals and proms and dresses and shoes and class trips and tennis rackets and hockey sticks. It just keeps getting more expensive.
Right.
I don't even want to know what the next 12 months holds for my bank account with just my children. It's insane how expensive children are.
Yeah, but now they're becoming like adults, so it's got to go up because now you're talking proms,
Shut up.
College, and cars.
Shut up.
And insurance.
Car my ass. Car what?
You got to give your daughter.
Not giving my daughter a car. Are you out of your mind? What?
You're telling me you're not gonna at the Sweet 16? She's not getting a ride.
No. I'm not gonna buy my kid a car. Get out of my face.
There's gonna be a car.
There ain't gonna be a car. No one's getting a car.
Yeah, but she goes to a private school. All of those private school friends, they're getting cars.
Oh, good. Maybe she can get a ride with them. You ain't getting a car.
You don't want to be the poorest kid at private school.
I was the poorest kid at private school.
But you were actually poor.
I'm glad you're enjoying this. I'm glad this is fun.
I am. This
Like
is
you
fun.
put food stamps in the collection plate. It doesn't work that way.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to John. Hey, John, how are you, buddy?
Good morning. It's Johnny Big Stick. I can see both sides of your argument, but I just wanted to let you know that everything goes in threes. So you may not want to use
Like
the
your
dishwasher tonight.
John, I'm going to say this right now.
Everything goes in threes. So what's left?
If something else in my house
Your
breaks,
wife will have an expense.
she's going to break her hockey stick too.
Yeah.
Or your check engine light's going to come on the way to Buffalo.
Why are you laughing, you monster? What the hell's wrong with you, man?
I'm just saying, hey, I just went through it.
Do you have kids?
Yeah, I have 120 every day. I don't have any of my own.
Thanks for the call, John. Have a good rest.
All right.
Yeah, I guess it's like that vacation syndrome. As soon as you come home from vacation, something is broken in the house.
No, but that's what
like
you're
the
not,
hot water heater or something like that. You already spent the money. Now it's more money.
No, but that's what you're not understanding.
Women
Is like
understand it. I
in
need
your
a hot
life
water.
where you have no responsibility, never had any kids, you live in someone else's house, you don't pay a mortgage, you get to buy theater costumes and wear them into work on a daily basis. You say vacation syndrome. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Is kids who I love more than anything.
Oh
in the world.
yeah, sounds like it.
Okay. It's like having vacation syndrome every day.
Yeah.
With no piece of a vacation.
Yeah.
It's spending vacation money
Yeah.
on things that don't matter because they matter to them.
Yeah.
Shut up!
But you get the love of the child.
No, I don't.
Well,
My
and-
daughter, I bought her a $300 hockey stick, and she looks me in the face last night and goes, my backup stick sucks.
You sound like a B.B. King album. Bought my daughter a hockey stick.
No,
She said,
no.
Thanks for the branch.
We did get a tweet.
You read a tweet that criticizes me in any way, I'm going to burn this building to the
I don't
ground.
think it's going to make you feel better. It's not criticizing you.
Took a Red Lobster. You said thanks for the
you-
snack.
They said you keep saying you spent all this money on youth sports. One daughter's in high school and the other one plays varsity tennis. It's not youth sports anymore. Time to step up.
It's youth sports. Okay, look.
No, but to his point, once your daughters get older, now not only are you spending money on the sport, but they also recognize when people have nicer things.
Okay, great. People will always have nicer things than you. There is not a...
No, there's people. No, but the person with the nicer thing, they have the nicer thing.
People that will always be cooler, there will always be better looking, there will always be richer,
So
there will
why
always be
even
people.
try?
That's kind of a good argument.
Why even shop?
And I want to go back to something, they're in high school now, it matters. Can we be real here? I loved my experience playing high school sports. It made me the man
But you
that I am
have
today.
sad stories.
No,
man.
I'm saying I loved it. I loved it.
Yeah.
It's like, the football, boxing was the greatest thing I ever did in my life. Every day of my life.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. The
Yeah,
experience.
but it mattered to you at the time. You're seeing it through your, grown
Old man
ass
eyes.
man
No,
eyes.
but what I'm saying is,
like at the time, you did pay attention to all that stuff, and it did really matter.
Okay, so if it matters to my kid and I push it to the point, I don't want to know what it turns my kid into, where status and stuff like that matters. It
I'm
shouldn't
not saying
matter.
you have to go out and buy your
American
kid all the
teenager.
nicest stuff.
You literally said I need to buy my kid a $240 tennis
No,
racket.
I said you had to keep it even between your two kids. Just because one isn't playing a sport that you enjoy, I feel like you're willing to
That's
spend
not
a little
true. I
more.
love watching her play tennis.
Then why just spend it instead of fighting it?
You are such a
Because
spoiled
the
ass
thing,
bitch.
you're gonna spend it, and you're gonna give yourself high blood pressure in the process. Like if you're gonna spend the money anyway, just let it go,
I
bro.
wasn't gonna spend the money.
But you did. You fought. You
'Cause
fought,
of
and
you.
spent. Like you'll live a lot longer. Relax.
Yeah.
Make people happy.
That's the problem. If
Give
I live
them all your
longer,
money.
I need money to live, man.
You know what? You worry about the future later. The future will take care of itself.
Okay.
It always has.
Yeah, maybe I'll get lucky and find a woman that lets me live in her house in Pittsford when I'm
You
in my
never know,
90s.
bro. And I pray for you every night.
Let's take a break.
It can happen to anybody.
No, if it happened to him, it really could happen to anybody. There is a restaurant that looks like it's temporarily closed out in Henrietta. It's a very popular restaurant. I mean, this place is always packed.
Yeah.
And the reason they're temporarily closed, not great.
All right. Well, things happen.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
There are some restaurants that have like an item that is so good and so unique to them that no matter how bad this could be,
Yeah.
you're going.
Oh yeah.
You're going
Oh
back.
yeah. There are joints. Yeah.
We're going to do it next year in the break room. Let's see you, Matt. This ain't great.
Oh, no.
I mean, and there are going to be people who hear the story and go, ooh, they're going to revile.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe even say, oh, I'm never going back there again. But there are some restaurants that have an item that is so unique, so delicious, that you can only get there, that it would take a hell of a lot to find out why this happened to never, ever go back there again.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, story on 10 NBC last night. The Monroe County Health Department
What do they say?
has ordered the closure of Texas Roadhouse in Henrietta.
That's a big chain.
It is a huge joint.
Yeah.
Big go-to for a lot of families on a weekend.
It's always packed. Even
Good
weeknights.
steaks.
I love
Yeah.
Texas Roadhouse.
And you get quality for your money.
That's right. No, you're not wrong. Any day I can have a steak and enjoy my family is a good day. So when you walk up to the front door of the Texas Roadhouse, there's a sign that says the closure was ordered under provisions of the state sanitary code.
Okay.
And as of right now, we don't know what the hell caused them to close. Story on 10 NBC says they've tried to reach out to the corporate offices, but they haven't had any luck.
Well, they'll get back to you.
And look, this is not good.
Yeah.
Even though Kimmy says it's always packed and it's in a prime spot on East Henrietta Road
Yeah.
there, right? It also towers over all the other stuff. West Henry Road, I'm sorry. Like, the building is so big. Every Texas Roadhouse is built like a church in the 1800s.
Yeah, it's supposed to be grand.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. It's a bad look for the restaurant. That being said,
Whatever.
with this specific chain of restaurants, it may not matter.
Yeah.
Because some restaurants can be saved no matter the issue they have when they have something you can't get anywhere else.
Oh, yeah. And you love it.
Yeah. They only need like one signature thing that you crave that
Kimmy?
you will go back time and time again for.
What is that signature thing at the Texas Roadhouse?
It's the butter.
Rolls and cinnamon butter.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's something about the combo. It's just like delicious. Yeah, that's their thing that makes them stand out.
whatever they put in those rolls
Yeah.
and however they make that butter, nobody else can come close to replicating it. And I'll be honest with you, I could eat those until there are no more left on planet Earth.
Bread does rule. Think about it. We just got through talking about Red Lobster.
Yeah.
Same thing, cheesy biscuit.
Bread does rule.
Think
He's
about
right.
think
It
about
does-
Olive Garden.
Yeah.
Breadsticks.
Breadsticks, you're
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
Unlimited.
You're absolutely right. Like, here's the thing,
They're
man.
like greasy strips of love.
Yeah.
Or Outback. They
Oh,
give
yeah.
you that loaf of rye. Is it rye bread?
I don't know. It's not right.
Pumpernickel.
Pumpernickel, thank
Yeah.
you. Yes. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
I do not care what could be going on inside the Texas Roadhouse because it's the only place I can go to get those rolls.
Yeah.
And I will be waiting until they open again, and when they do, I will go right back in and get my rolls and cinnamon butter. And I'll be frank, I don't even want to know what the issue was. So if anybody eventually finds out, please don't tell me because I don't want to have to even think about walking back into the Texas
Even if
Roadhouse.
somebody tells you, I think like most people would have to physically see it themselves.
Yeah.
To actually say, I'm done. I'm done completely. I'm never going back there again. I think like if somebody tells you, like you might be grossed out in the moment, you're gonna forget and go back.
I think that's fair. The other funny thing about this is the mascot for the Texas Roadhouse, if I'm not
It's
mistaken.
probably a steer. Isn't it?
No, it's an armadillo in a cowboy hat.
Oh, okay.
And I believe they have one of those mascots, like a mascot costume that every once in a while will be outside of the Texas Roadhouse. They give you leprosy.
What does?
Armadillos. Humans and armadillos are the only animals in the animal kingdom, if I'm not mistaken, that can have leprosy. So, like, when your mascot
Wait,
is
they can give you leprosy?
if you're
How
not
often are you
supposed to touch
handling
an
an
armadillo
armadillo?
because you can catch leprosy from an armadillo.
I've actually held them before.
Well, that explains what's going on with your face.
Oh, shouldn't have itched.
Google it. I'm telling you, it's the truth.
I did not know that.
Yes, but like when your mascot is an animal that can give you leprosy, I mean, I'm not really all that worried about what's going on in your kitchen. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
all right.
252 WCMF 252-9263. I'll be honest, I'm kind of looking at this as a blessing because I know there will be people.
Oh, it won't be as crowded.
Yeah, exactly.
When they open.
I'll be able to walk in and get a table
Saturday night, man.
right away.
Damn, look at
Saturday
you.
night's all right for butters and rolls. Saturday night's all right. Can I tell you?
Yeah.
I love these rolls and cinnamon butter so much.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago, my daughters were like 6 and 8 years old. Mommy was out of town. We were going to go on like a daddy-daughter date. So we went shopping. We went to some play place.
Yeah.
And then we went to Texas Roadhouse for lunch. And I got so excited about the rolls.
Yeah.
I held it in my hand like this.
Yeah.
And I started cutting it open.
Yeah.
And I aggressively cut so fast, I sliced my hand wide
Oh.
open.
Bloody roll.
Yeah. By the way, fun fact, Texas Roadhouse rolls soak up a lot of blood.
Oh, okay. That's another selling point.
Like maybe, I mean, the U.S.
Yeah.
Army might want to look into this in like
Yeah.
medvac kits or something like that. However, did not leave.
Damn.
Just wrapped my
You ate through
hand,
it?
wrapped my hand in a napkin, dealt with it later, had my Texas Roadhouse meal, went home. That's how good the Texas Roadhouse cinnamon butter rolls are. I mean, Kimmy, is there another restaurant that has a food so good that even if they had the most disgusting health
She's
code
got
violation,
she's got like 10. She's
I
out all the
honestly,
time.
like most places that I like to eat at, like I'm telling you, I would have to see the whatever gross thing they got going on in the kitchen for me to actually say I'm never returning. Because I think that, like, if you really wanted to look, I'm sure you could find stuff about most of the places you eat.
yeah.
Well, and that's what's funny, right? Anybody that's ever worked in the back of a house, right? Kitchen,
Yeah.
washing dishes,
Oh, yeah.
whatever. I mean, you know how stuff goes back there.
Even if you worked there and did some of the gross stuff that they say, you're still going to go back.
Yeah, there are foods or places that are just bulletproof.
Oh, please go on. What? The place you get your fennel can't be ruined? Oh, my God. It's got such good fennel. You can't get fennel
You
like
can't
that.
get good fennel in any place anymore.
You know what they say? Fennel rules. Put that on a T-shirt.
You lead with fennel.
Sell it in the bitch shop where you should sell it. Bitch.com. Don't go there. It's probably bad.
Yeah.
No, man. Like, what's funny too is I think Rochester might be unique with this because
that?
most of the food, like how we're totally fine with going to places that may be a little dicey.
Mhm.
Because like most of the food we ate growing up came from places that
They were
didn't-
neighborhood joints.
Exactly. They didn't look the
yeah.
cleanest, right?
Yeah.
The
But they're
bar
still there.
And you could see it too because there's just like a counter service. You know, you
Yeah.
saw directly into the kitchen.
I mean, Kimmy, even the bars and grills that our dads would take us to after softballs on Saturdays and Sundays, right? Like,
Yeah, those fryers never got cleaned.
100%. Like like the amount of bowling alley fries I ate out of the Gates Bowl when my mother had her Wednesday morning bowling
Yeah.
league before I went to school.
Yeah.
Like, I should not be alive
True.
right now. But those fries, no fry.
But I think it's good for your immune system. I think
Is
you like to get a little poison in there.
Yeah, I look healthy, right?
No, but other people probably.
They used to make these bologna sandwiches
Wait,
Who?
at the bowling alley.
really?
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they would make these bologna sandwiches.
You like bologna?
I love bologna.
Why didn't you tell me, man?
Why is that?
I'm just getting into the bologna game.
Get the hell out of
yeah,
here.
it's blowing up all over.
Really?
Yeah. I just opened up a little kiosk.
Where's the kiosk?
Oh, it's located in the men's room.
What's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Roadhouse Bologna, from the road to your mouth, bologna sauce.
Roadhouse
sauce.
bologna? And you can't even say the word bologna. It became splony.
Well,
Bologna
that's
sauce.
what's going to happen in your mouth. You're going to spolony my bologna in your mouth.
He's gonna. I don't think that worked out the way you wanted.
No,
it
what you
to.
don't understand, spaloni is a combination of the Italian ice cream spumoni with
Spumoni.
pizza of bologna in it.
Yeah, which is a very delicious treat, too.
We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow, and try and define spaloni next here in the break room on CMF. But first, I got to tell you about my friend. That's going to be Rabbaroo.
Audio, I'm there, Rabbaroo.
For a Wednesday Break Room CMF. By the way, Baron Von Butt writes us on Instagram. Spallona is my favorite character from Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Mr. Spallona.
All right, we got to get out of the way. Tomorrow's a Thursday. You know what that means?
Well, we going to bitch it out, buddy.
Yep, that's right. We got to bitch.
Should be a big one tomorrow.
Why would it be a big one?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh,
I'm hearing good things.
Okay.
What?
Tommy has been what he thinks cleverly teasing us.
Weeks in the making.
You got a new outfit.
I got turned on to something that I've never knew I was missing.
But you're describing it like a Build-A-Bear.
But like, how did I not?
Like,
how did I not?
Piece by piece, it's going to be complete at some point.
I missed decades of not having this item because I love it.
So it's a clothing item.
Oh yeah, it's more of a lifestyle.
Oh my God, I'm scared.
No,
Scared
I'm
but
telling you.
excited.
Oh yeah,
Okay. So
I live in it now.
if you listen to the show on a regular basis, you know Tommy, he doesn't spend his money on American clothing. That's for trash. You only buy things now from overseas.
I buy top quality Chinese goods. Import.
What country did you share with us that this article of clothing you are going to
Well,
wear?
two came from the one I was really crazy about.
Yeah.
Came from Amsterdam.
Holland.
No, Amsterdam.
Okay.
I don't know, Holland, Amsterdam, Denmark. No, it came from Amsterdam, the town.
So a pair of wooden shoes?
No.
I can't figure out what, Kimmy, they make in Amsterdam.
I had a guess until he said it was coming from Amsterdam, and then I was out.
So tomorrow, you're going to want to be on the live stream.
What?
I'm scared for you.
What?
Like, this is like some kind of like.
No, I look with it.
So that and a whole bunch more tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who's obviously not with it.
Well, no kidding in that outfit.
Well, my clothes aren't coming from Amsterdam, that's for sure.
For Tommy Muley, who'll be wearing his brand new article of clothing from Spallona, Holland tomorrow. I quit. My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.